Hello and welcome everybody to SorceryFest 2026. Um, Amazing! It's finally here.
Finally here. I've been waiting a long time.
You've been waiting a long time. So I'm Richard from Trolls of the Realm, and with me is
Robert, a sorcery player from Ireland.
yeah. And by the end of this weekend, you will know who Robert is because Robert he is a lifesaver. At some point, a couple of weeks ago, I was really on the brink. Can we do a live stream?
Yeah.
Because live streaming and running a tournament is amazingly difficult,
Yeah.
as I experienced last year. But then you came
Here
along
you go.
and you volunteered to do the live stream all
Yeah,
weekend.
absolutely, yeah.
So you'll be the voice and the face of SorceryFest
They'll be
this
sick.
year.
They'll be sick of the voice and they'll be sick of the face.
Oh no, so that's perfect. Yeah. Oh man, it's been a blast. Also organizing this, and big shout out to Iris Curiosa for making this a grand contest.
Amazing. Europe's first.
Europe's first.
Yeah.
Yeah, and hopefully we're at the moment the biggest, but it's not about being the biggest. But it just goes to show we have 150 players coming over for the weekend
from over 19 different countries.
19 different countries. Yeah, it's amazing.
Artists from across the globe.
Yeah, we've got Caio and Viviana from Brazil.
Yeah, they didn't just come down the road.
No, and Pedro from Portugal, Elvira from Sweden. Yeah, so it's a global event.
Yeah.
And that's and it's also a global community, and it's something nice to experience. So later we kick off the alpha draft, and if any technical issues or whatever, let us know.
Yeah, if there's small teething problems, I'll be monitoring the chat anyway. People feel free to throw abuse our way.
I'm seeing the chat, but then I need my old man's glasses. Basically, these are mandatory accessories to playing Gothic.
Yes,
these
for
days.
sure. And if any of you are having trouble seeing me on the stream, because I am the same color as the curtains behind me, just look for the mustache.
And me too.
Or the hair, exactly. Yeah.
I'm getting redder.
You have the head and I have the shirt.
Maybe you can figure something out with the coloring.
I'll have a different shirt tomorrow. It'll be okay. Wonderful. So I think my understanding is that right now the draft is being set up.
Yeah, I'll set up the draft.
Amazing.
And then I'll sign you in when we can switch to that. So we'll be following Joa today. He's a local player. We followed him last year as well in the alpha draft. And hey, Lorovica, welcome. And then he he eventually won the whole weekend.
Took the whole thing down.
He took the whole thing down.
Amazing. And it wasn't rigged.
It wasn't rigged.
Amazing.
No. He had a very big fight with Geoffrey. Very good. That was a good one. I'll go set up a camera and then...
Super. Amazing.
Cheers. See you later.
Super. See you, Richard. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the chat. That was Richard there from Trolls of the Realm. I've already said my name is Rob. I'll be with you for the entire weekend, constantly staring at the laptop screen rather than the camera. I hope you're all very, very comfy wherever around the world you are. I'm sure we have people tuning in from America and from all over Europe. It's very exciting here. The atmosphere in the hotel is absolutely electric. This is a wonderful venue, a wonderful event, and a great bit of team spirit that's kind of being pumped out here by the trolls. Obviously, there's lots of familiar faces and lots of people have been bumping into each other. And you can hear there's great camaraderie in the room next door. So there's a wonderful feeling here that this isn't just a tournament to be won, but actually an event to be cherished and an experience for everybody, no matter what it is in sorcery that they enjoy. Now I'm going to let you go. We're going to go to the pause screen for just a moment as we set up those cameras, and we'll be right back with the start of our alpha draft. We'll witness the draft, we'll talk to the person about how they've built their deck, and then we will follow them through each round. Perfect. We'll see you in a moment.
See, now I think we need to go to play cam.
Play cam.
Yeah. Yeah, put it on.
Oh wait, no, play cam was on.
Oh, it was on, but some reason it doesn't show. So play cam. Yeah, go to device. That's strange. Properties. Where's yeah? Microphone. Why is it doing microphone?
That one doesn't seem to do it.
That's okay. Camera is showing a microphone. That's strange.
So maybe it's taking audio from it, but it's not taking visual. And if we just hide in it.
Okay, just add a new source.
Perfect.
Yeah, just add source.
And source, image, you can device.
Yeah. Yeah, just
the draft.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So let's get one webcam. Yeah.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then okay.
And then
You know, it's done.
That's okay. Teething problems. Worse.
Yeah, I know how this works.
It's just
Okay.
Yeah.
Fix that for you.
fairly snapped on there. Oh, perfect. Brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, and it's nice.
Yeah,
nice,
perfect.
perfect.
We're lagging a bit.
Just to clarify,
Yeah.
it's what do you call it? It's the draft kit they're playing with, not Sorcery.
Yeah, yes. The Sorcerer and the basic lands. Not the Alpha is playing with Sorcerer
and
the new Wastelands, new draft.
Yeah,
lands.
the draft lands, but with Sorcery. Love it. Hello folks, welcome back. Sorry for any disruption you've experienced there. Are we coming through on the live stream? Now folks, we're about to get underway here with the Alpha Draft. Joe is looking hungry at his first pack. Brace yourselves, here it comes. A lot of valuable hits in Alpha, even outside of foils. We have Frank Frazetta art. We have many, many highly sought after cards. Okay, looking at our first pack here. Joe sees a Ballista. This is Berry.
Can you see his cards?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
we can see everything.
So we already had one foil unique being
Oh, what was it?
dropped. Folds of Soul.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah. Nice one. Sweet.
Yeah.
We could zoom in a bit more, probably. Or never mind.
We could try.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to start a timer on each ball.
So long as he's good now and he holds them in the right place, we're all good. Lovely.
Nope. Now the focus is off. Sorry.
That's okay.
Configure video. Capture focus.
Should maybe mark it off auto.
Yeah.
Did you see what his second pick was there? I assume it was something to follow the Amazons.
Yep.
Jawel, maar dit is slechts. Ik heb 14 bots en die moet ik alle 14 managen. Ik moet alles, elke pot moet ik de timer aanzetten. Ik moet elke pot apart registreren. Dit is een rap. Ik heb 2 vrienden voor de manage van de pots. Ja, gaan we even naar het display. We gaan start. Ja, everyone zetten. We gaan start platform en daar zetten. Dit is platform see number 1. Robin good. Oh yeah, just start. Yeah, the guy's not showing up. Wat zeker is een speler, laat je gewoon beginnen. Dan kan je niet laten winnen. Staat daar gewoon niet.
For something now to follow up his 2 earth picks. Oh, and a good charge minion. Yeah, Highland Clansman for a 3rd pick. A very, very good card. Immediate impact on the board. And in games that are going to go late and going to go up to 7 mana, a very impactful play. A very interesting point there in the chat was made. It might not be the most powerful in this format, where after hitting 6 mana, you might want to continue to draw double spells constantly with your sorcerer. Shifting into a second element there, we see Blink being picked up. Blink, a good utility spell. It's also a cantrip. But it is, of course, the first air card to be picked up.
You had a good view on the draft? Yep. Perfect. Can I ask a question? Yes.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of beef, a lot of big units here, and Blink giving a good amount of maneuverability to them. Oh, sorry. Yes, absolutely, a very good point. It's actually the 3rd air card. The Clansmen are, after all, air. We've picked up a Sorcerer. Now, our understanding is that Sorcerer was going to be available for the players. We'll just get confirmation on that. But what we've been told here in the commentary booth is that Sorcerers would be available to the players and they would then play with the draft sites. I'll get confirmation on that first. We're deciding here on Vanguard Knights. Vanguard Knights, very good card, can represent 4 power.
You know what it was, or? No, I saw someone do for everybody to see so far.
Bats pickup. Caliberry Bats puts us further into air. Pickup of a water card there. Coral Reef Kelpie. The first water card picked so far by us in this draft. Siege Ballista picked up there. Card with quite a bit of potential upside, but it does require a good amount of setup. The excitement has swept the room, and the drafter is up. I think we might have opened a curio, or no, a nice foil.
What happened here?
What, he opened some foil, but we don't know what it
Yeah.
was. He held it too high.
It's a foil Eric's Curiosa. That's amazing.
A foil Eric's Curiosa.
I'll ask
Super.
him to get it in front of the camera.
Do, absolutely.
Yeah. Oh, crazy. Only at SorceryFest. Woo!
That is stunning. Look at that. Well, somebody's having a good weekend already. Great pull. Only at SorceryFest. Now Joe will have to come back down to earth, literally and perhaps figuratively, depending on his pick, after that exceptional open. Another great air card pick here, the Griffins. Looks like we're having a cheeky mid-draft check of the secondary market there, maybe. Not the most regular strategy, but certainly one that would pay off in this particular instance. I wouldn't worry if you know his phone unlock pattern. He'll probably have a new phone within the week. Another pickup of the trolls.
Wasted, you fucks. auch, weil sie sind ja beschäftigt, das ist jetzt ja, ich spreche. Sehr lieb, sehr lieb. Ich werde das auch nicht besprechen, weil finde ich auch vernünftig. Aber ich glaube nicht.
I believe his last pickup there was Miracle Workers.
Alle lege pakjes? Ja. Kom maar. Alle lege pakjes?
A great first pick from this pack, the Vampires. Very, very good. Slightly unfortunate that there was no second curio, but yeah. Very good pickup there in grapple shot. Also pairs very, very well with the vampire of the previous pick. Militia picked up. And of course the Eric's Curiosa picked up again.
Zijn die wel net als een op de been krijgen? Oké, dus jij...
Can't quite make out the card he's looking at in that pack. I think it may have been a thunderstorm.
Yeah, foil experiosa. No foil, yeah. We have another experiosa, non-foil, for sensitive dealers, stuff like that. So we get some pictures of lucky soon. Yeah, that's amazing.
They were here, right? No,
Folks, that concludes the drafting portion of the alpha draft. We're going to move Joe to a different table where we can get a slightly better view of him building his deck, and then we're going to bring him in to the streaming booth to actually have a few quick words with him. We'll be right back in just a minute.
we'll see how it's. Okay, now we need to pan and stuff and see if we can fix
Is it
it.
as simple as finding?
Yeah, go to properties. Configure video. Oh, same thing again. Okay, then skip this as a resource. We're live now, eh?
We are.
Yeah.
But live but muted. That's the best way to be.
So
we'll just make it again.
yeah, so we have some couple of tech noobs here. Remove this one. Yeah, and then add source. Or was it capture device? Yeah.
Camera.
That one. Now we can
Zoom back out.
zoom. See if we can pan some stuff. Tilt. Okay, it's still too much. So
Switch it a bit. And I'll try zooming out maybe a little bit as well, just to. We're still missing the lower half.
okay. Okay, have to move it back a bit more. I'll fix it. I like how this is like a noob stream.
And it has once again stopped us from actually editing it, so we'll have to make it again, which we'll get down to a fine art now. It'll only take us half a second to even put it on. Still not quite in frame. Control zoom out. Okay, and we down.
And tilt. I took it all the way. Right up.
Perfect.
Yeah, better now.
A few questions, because I know we picked this quite early. We said it was Sorcery.
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah.
So that's fine. I can talk about that.
Yeah.
And also a good question actually from the chat. What is the price structure for the?
So it's 4 boosters for the winner, I believe, and then 3, 2, 1 for the team 4 alpha boosters.
And how many people are in the draft overall?
48.
48
for 5 rounds. 4. It's just 3 rounds and then top 8.
3 then cut.
Yeah. So it's still a bit.
When this won't pull up, I just discovered there because I had to remove it again. if this one pull up, sometimes it's just hidden behind everything else. You can all tap to it.
Ah,
So
okay.
you having to remove the camera and adding it again.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, so. I love how chat is just following us here. So it should be fine. So.
Has he actually already built at this stage?
No, he's starting.
Perfect.
He's celebrating
Super.
the pull of
Good,
his
good.
Curioso.
Exactly. Good, right. We saw some questions in the chat there. Sorry, folks, we were just setting up the camera to watch Joe build his deck. There were some questions in the chat about the structure for this event. So there are 48 players in the alpha draft. There are going to be 3 rounds with a top 8 after that. And the prize structure is 4 packs, 3 packs, 2 packs, 1 pack for the top 4. So 4, 3, 2, 1, going from first place down to 4th.
Yep. And the end of an era alpha. Yeah, I don't think we'll do another event like this.
You can't run them forever.
No, not with these prices. So when we announced this event and then set a price point, luckily we had the boxes, but otherwise we would have been crazy.
How quickly did the alpha draft sell out? Was there huge interest?
Yeah, huge. Yeah. So at first we had it at 42 players. But there were so many players who wanted to play the alpha draft, so we sourced a couple of more boxes.
Yeah, for the last 6 players.
Yeah, and then we could go to 48 players.
What an experience.
Yeah, it has been crazy.
Yeah.
So you see Showa now building his deck, and the artist proof you see there, right on the nose of the left troll. That's the artist proof of a watchtower, which Joa won last year, becoming overall winner for the tournament.
Oh, well, very good.
Yeah, so he had a very strong alpha deck with a battle mage. He just slugged everybody.
He looks to have a very strong deck again, Earth and Air. Yeah. And I tell you, it almost doesn't matter how strong his deck is, because that beautiful, beautiful Eric's Curiosa sitting at the top of it. What an incredible moment.
Yeah, crazy.
And you said Joe didn't even mind waiting for us to set up the camera to see him building his deck. No, he was happy to jump and dance.
These experiences. Joe has been playing from basically from the beginning. Played a lot of on TTS. Last year he didn't play so much, but with Alpha and Beta he's an experienced player. Yeah.
We were saying earlier there was a moment of confusion. Joe was so surprised to see Sorcerer still in the pack. 4th pick. He slams it down and he turns his entire face, looks at the camera and goes wide-eyed as if to say, boy, I really got them.
Yeah,
but of course...
everybody gets to play Sorcerer. So we made a choice to get to the nearest idea of Alpha way back when.
Yeah.
Conscious choice, a decision to have players play with the Sorcerer as a default avatar. Yeah. But not with the basic lands from that area. So they played new draft kit lands. Yeah. Because otherwise it would be deserts, and
yes, it would be a completely different game altogether. Yeah. Okay. But it's interesting. It's it's more than just playing with the cards in the set. It's almost. No, you're not drinking my beer at all. Don't worry, my beer is drank. I'll be re-upping in a moment. But it's kind of getting access to Sorcerer. It's kind of giving you actually a door back into what the format would have been like, and giving you more of an experience than just these are the cards on the list. means that the alpha draft is a bit more than just a price tag. You know, kind of.
It is,
the
yeah,
actual gameplay
Yeah.
has to be.
Yeah, and like I said,
different.
last year he just everybody was going sorcerer, and he pulled a battle mage,
Well, there you
and
go.
he just wrecked everybody.
Beat them up.
Yeah, he just beat them up. So that was fun.
Before 24 playables there on the board, and Joe has started sleeving them up.
Yes. Because I think on the paper, so what does that mean for us? It's 25 plus 18.
Now, for just one moment, we'll be getting Joe in here for an interview and be able to ask him a few questions about his deck and his experience with the Alpha Draft. and Martin. And we're going to actually jump straight to their game in order to keep things going. We'll still be having an interview with Joa. We'll do that in between rounds.
Hey! Hoe je bent? Wel een feestje. Nou, 2000, 4000. Ja, ja, van live op stream gewoon ook. Ja, maar dat zijn mooie dingen. Dat loopt altijd goed, hè? De eerste ronde van de 12 zijn goed. Ja, ik geloof dat het 10 achter was. Het zal goed helpen.
Hello, hello. This is exciting. First game of the week.
I wrote, you wrote me and I wrote you.
Yeah.
Is everything fine?
Everything's fine.
Okay.
Perfect.
Sorry for the
Iets op 1000. Zoveel nodig?
Nee, kijk gewoon. Het begint gewoon met 1. En je geeft elke speler geeft gewoon een.
Eentje?
Check out.
Oké, hoeveel mooi.
Ja.
Afgebrekt. En dit is het wat ik ja,
Misschien was ja, zit er nu, maar dat is prima. Ja, die vind ik. Well, you can co-host with Robert. Okay.
Hey Robert.
How's it going?
Hello, lovely to meet you.
Joffrey. Hey.
So, and Geoffrey was the runner-up from the last year's overall winner.
Amazing.
So
I'm
he
the
has
color
a,
commentary, simply, so don't worry.
he has a bit of a history with Joa. So
That's true.
Okay, amazing.
I'm not going to let that impact my commentary.
Do you know anything about his deck?
No, so I didn't see the draft.
2 Chaos Twisters.
My favorite card. There's
I
a
don't know, is it
dedicated
a bit
panel
practicing
with
or,
me
you
on
know,
it.
What else? Early picks were first pick Amazon, then Highland, 2 of the 7 drops. But I think he thought that they were playing Spellston.
Oh.
Then 4th pick, he jams Sorcerer, looks at the camera, gives a big cheeky smile, but they're all getting Sorcerer.
Oh,
So I think that's the. And he opened, of course, the Phoenix Curiosa.
So he must not be doing heavy.
He got a Dapperel, Grapple. The deck actually looks very good.
Right.
I think he'll be just fine. We are off camera, but we will be live mic'd in just a moment.
Are we not live, Mike? Because I see some people saying, what's a trophy?
Interesting.
Yeah, well, we missed them in live.
Can you hear us?
We'll see in a couple
We'll have
seconds.
to. Okay, perfect. We're definitely live. Okay, folks, hello. It's myself, Rob, here again, accompanied by Joffrey, here for the first round of the Alpha Draft.
Yep. Hello guys, I'm playing the Gothic draft, but I got a buy in the first round, so
very good.
you get me on the
Super.
cast. Alright, sorcerers.
Slightly different maybe than what Joe might have thought. He was going to be one of the only sorcerers in the room, but in fact he's one of many.
Yeah, it's always interesting, right? Because we have been used to playing Spellslinger for quite some time now, and the dynamic is quite different if you have access to Sorcerer. And if the default avatar is Spellslinger and you see a Sorcerer in a pack, it's absolutely the pick most of the time, unless it arises really, really late in the draft. And the play pattern that you would see for Sorcerer, ideally, is you kind of jam your deck with a pretty low curve, talking like 2, 3, maybe 4 mana cards. And you kind of sit at the 5, 6 mana spot and just start double drawing every turn.
Perfect. And the goal is to just cast twice as many spells as your opponent and kind of win by just outvaluing them.
Exactly. In a world where everyone has access to Sorcerer, then the gameplay doesn't change. It's still the best thing to do.
Yes, but also presumably traditionally in a format where everybody has access to Sorcerer, the value of picking the Sorcerer early in the draft would also plummet.
Absolutely.
To basically nil.
Yeah.
But yes, I think maybe a slight miscommunication during the draft, but I think overall Joe managed to do pretty well.
And I think we see that both players know what's up, because this is not something you would necessarily see in a draft where Spellslinger is the default. Both start with a 2-power 1-mana minion. So we're really seeing the low curve transpire here as early as round 1 on both sides, and so we're completely mirrored, except we're in different color. We have Joa on air at this point, and his opponent Martin on earth.
These are minions that will be easily outpaced by 3 mana, 3 cost minions, but they have kind of additional value here because you're able to combine them with other cheaper spells and play around your opponent.
Exactly. Tempo is really, really big if you're playing a Sorcerer deck, and so those 2-power minions can either provide the pressure that we need early, or they can help maybe trade, more favorably into bigger creature if you're the one that's a little bit more on the back foot.
And taking those 2-for-1s is much less punishing because of the abundance of card advantage.
That's right.
Super.
And so we see the boar stepping up. Joa now on his 3rd turn, having done nothing on turn 2. We're going to see what turn 3 looks like.
He even neglected to move.
Yeah, I think maybe potentially respecting a fire sight and a violin from his opponent, which is very possible in an alpha draft. I think the Frazetta alpha violins are also coveted picks, on top of being just generally good cards.
Yeah.
And we see a Phase Assassin positioned in the middle of the board in the void, so it's going to get stealth. Oh, change of heart. I think with the cover of the Phase Assassin being in the void and being able to defend the leopard, we see Joa being a little bit more adventurous with the cat.
We see the value of moving it up.
And really good choice to having respected the violence so far, because we are seeing Earthfire from Martin here. Generally, in alpha beta drafts, the best decks tend to be in a combination of earth, air, and fire. Water was a little bit subpar. You can still do really well with a water deck, especially if you're the only one at the table carrying. But I would generally go into a game and expect my opponent to be in a combination of those 3 elements.
So you're saying that a lower card quality sometimes is okay when all of the kind of remaining cards are coming to you.
Yep, exactly. And we have a really strong turn from Martin. We can really see he's deciding to be the one bringing up the pressure. I think it's an Ogre Goon being played for 3 mana, and we see a second minion being added, and that's an Aramus Mercenaries. And so he's decided to cast it for the alternate cost
of discarding
a random card from hand.
We can't actually see what he discarded, or
yeah, it went so fast that it makes me think he only had the 1 card in hand. And I think he's banking on the Sorcerer ability to be able to refill his hand. So he's really going for the high tempo, kind of aggressive gambly play. And Joa, even though his deck is doing exactly the same thing, is somewhat on the back foot because he did not have this double spell turn. So quite interesting, because usually you'd expect the person on the play to be the aggressor in the mirror match. And here, Martin was able to kind of reverse the role.
Yeah, amazing.
A really good use of the alternate cast. And a bit of a weaker turn for Joa here. A border militia making only 2 tokens. So obviously it doesn't feel great, but I think he recognizes, oh, my opponent just lost a card to be able to play this mercenary for free. I just need to survive. I have more cards in hand right now.
So long as he respects the aggression, the theory is, in the long run, he can just use the card advantage.
Exactly.
To win.
You'd expect Martin to slow down a little bit now because he's on 3 sides. He needs to rebuild his hand with his ability. And so Joa says, I have the cards in hand. I can afford to be a bit more defensive and maybe play the longer game.
And I think with some of his more expensive picks, Joa has kind of angled himself to want to play those longer games anyway, almost regardless of his opponent's level of aggression.
Exactly. And a little combo on the mercenary, I believe a Scourge Zombie was discarded, which has the possibility.
Nice bit of value generator there.
Exactly. I don't know if we can quite see the discard pile on the screen. For us, it's very, very small, and I can't read the title, but I trust chat. We have Froggy Mago in the chat, which is one of the absolute best limited players in the world, so I'll trust his eyes. And so we noted, I was going to say off mic, but maybe we were live already. Joa has 2 Chaos Twisters in his deck, right?
Yes.
This is one of the cards that could absolutely turn the tide here. Yeah, like even if we just look at how the minions were packed a turn before, there were 2 3-power minion on the same side.
Yeah, sharing the house. Yeah.
If you land a Grey Chaos Twister, that's potentially a 3-for-1.
I know.
But it's not free. You need to be good at blowing, and hopefully Joa practice. We can see some of the cards in their hand of Joa peeking from above. Seems to be a teleport.
There's a teleport. There is a Highland Clansman.
That's very expensive.
It is.
In a Sorcery
It's far,
deck.
far away at this point. Yeah.
It's almost
I
working.
think he's 2.
Wow.
Yeah. Second and third pick in the draft.
And I assume the Sorcerer came after that.
The Sorcerer came after that, and the theory is he might have thought he was playing spells.
Yeah, I don't think you ever want a Clansman in a Sorcerer deck, because every time you need to play a site is a turn where you don't double draw, and double drawing is about the best thing you can do in this format. To the extent some players even play above 24 spells.
Okay.
Because if they expect a double draw kind of grind fest.
Bigger tank, more gas.
Yeah, and also you don't die to drawing from an empty deck. Teleport, Highland Clansman, Mixed Terra, Summoning Sphere. So I think Joa really prepared his deck for a quote-unquote Spellslinger format.
Froggy Mago with incredible eyes here.
Yeah. Probably a bigger screen than what we're working
yes,
with.
for sure. From across the world, able to see what we can't from one room away.
And Summoning Sphere is one of those cards that, like, it can be okay if you're the aggressor, but clearly that's not Joe's position here. So he's gonna have to trust that his deck provides some of those blowout cards like Chaos Twister.
Is it fair to say that Summoning Sphere is made perhaps slightly better by the fact that Sorcerer can generate so much card advantage? So you're not just kind of down on.
Yeah, you don't feel the fact that you're down a card as much. It's still a card that only enables you to do aggressive things. I mean, if I were Joa here and I played a minion, I wouldn't play it in my opponent's side of the board. I think the main goal is to protect my life total. And we can see that's dwindling down as we speak. Okay, Phase Assassin is going to do the first bit of damage on Martin's life total.
We're making a start.
Yeah.
Taking the
That's a
site.
grapple shot, I believe, that we see top
That
of
is
the
a grapple
hand.
shot, I
Yeah,
think, yeah.
so that's a one way you can start eating away at the board. Yeah. So we're going to see a good use of grapple shot. Obviously, it's going to take care of a minion, but it also replaces the Phase Assassin in a more defensive position.
Very true.
Yeah. And I was a little bit surprised by the attack up until the grapple shot, but it makes sense now. I think he mostly, like, the damage is the cherry on top.
Yep.
Mostly what he wanted is being in line.
And there's no
with
point
the
grapple shotting and then having to move forward to a more aggressive position afterwards to attacks.
Exactly. So Martin is going to do what Sorcerer wants to do, which is double draw. The cards in Joa's hand still not looking great. He really wants to go to at least a Chaos Twister to maybe start turning things around. And every time he's going to draw a clansman, he's going to be looking at it like, this is so far away.
So far away. Yeah, absolutely.
And if I want to enable that card, I need to draw sites and play sites.
You have to commit so deeply to it.
Which means I'm no longer doing sorcerer things. Now, I don't know Martin's deck. And so it could be that, you know, we're going to see some weaker turns. Okay, so this is a Sacred Scarabs. Threatening to take the Phase Assassin. Okay, we're seeing some cheaper stuff.
That's a bats.
Yeah, that's a
drawn.
bat. That's going to feel a little bit better because it's going to be able to, you know, peck away at Martin's side of the board. Could trade for the boar if Joe is really scared about his life total. The Scarab is still threatening the Phase Assassin, but at worst it's a 1-for-1 trade, not the end of the world. And so we're going to see Joa is going to go to 5, and so kind of accepting to be the first that goes past the 4-mana mark, and not double drawing for the turn. And we had a mortal die on the mercenary, which should have triggered the Scourge Zombies. I wonder if they realize it now, because we see Martin grabbing his cemetery. Yeah. I'm going to see if they are calling a judge. So we have judges at the event, where even if we see on stream, we would at best call a judge. We wouldn't interfere directly with the table and kind of like let the judge handle any.
It looks like they're
winding.
playing on, I think.
Yeah, maybe.
We have a move from the Phase Assassin and a Burrowed Bats.
Yeah. Burrowed Bats is trying to keep the boar in check. Yeah, I think Martin happily taking on the trade. This is a 2-mana card against a 3-mana card. Not the end of the world, still a 1-for-1 trade when you count the number of cards in hand. And Joe is going to say, yeah, 1-for-1 sounds great. I'm also going to take it. A Kinder board. It started very
short.
Yeah. Okay. Now we're moving on to bigger things. I believe that's a Caravan.
It is.
So 5 mana, 4 power minion. And so Martin matching Joa's space and accepting to go to 5 sites.
And Joe is still 2 sites off the hand.
Yeah. He has a mixed era, but that's unfortunately the wrong.
It does not pair well with the 2 7-cost air cards, not at all.
And I wonder if there's a big Earth card in Joa's deck that he's really trying to play the mix for.
Could be wrong, but I don't.
It could be that just he want to have a you know.
I mean, the fast Amazon certainly is not nothing. Especially when paired with grapple shots, and you know, you can.
It could also be just for like a 3-mana minion, and then you're basically creating your own Erebos mercenaries. Okay, so both Cave Trolls for 3 mana. The mix is still there, so we have not cracked the mix with the Cave Trolls. And we say pass. So a bit mismatched. Got a 5-mana turn for Martin versus 3-mana turn for Joa, and it shows on the board, right? The 4-power minion versus 3-power minion.
It's a tough situation to be in.
Yeah.
And he's not willing to throw away the card.
No, I think at 14 you still accept the life loss rather than like losing card advantage. And okay, another big beater on Martin's side. So tempo increased. We've got a 4-power minion followed up by 5-power minion.
Really putting the squeeze to Joe.
Yeah, you really want to see a Chaos Twister here, and then you 2-for-1 their minion. I'm gonna tap the sorcerer. Oh, I thought he was going to dig further for the Chaos Twister, but he's going to his 6th site. So we're getting close to the Clansman, but is it going to be too little too late? And that's where you see the pain of going to 7.
Yeah.
Right? If that's a Chaos... No, that's not. That's a Blink. You could still draw it. Chaos Twister off the Blink.
With 4 mana left.
Oh, he's going for side? No, left side is a spell.
That's a spell, yeah.
Okay, is it a Chaos Twister? There's 2 in the deck. I'm gonna see them. I wanna mention that Joa did not ask for Chaos Twister advice. He really should have. Yeah, I think if I was in Joe's position, I would give up the Clansman plan, as painful as it sounds, and really try and dig for the Chaos Twister, especially with 2 in the deck. Okay, so we're gonna crack the Terra. That's unfortunate, but having played a Blink for 2, he's only left with 4 mana. And so we're basically cracking the mixed Terra for 1 mana discount. Very painful, but honestly necessary.
Outside of a sort of a tempo play with the mix, I think that is the biggest thing as well that he could put it towards.
Yeah.
So.
Accepting, cutting his losses.
Yeah.
I mean, he could have like had an explosive turn, maybe next turn, where he goes Chaos Twister and then mix for the and get a bigger discount for the Amazon Warriors.
But facing 9 on board,
9 on board.
Not trivial. We can't sit around all day.
He has a blocker, but you can't rely on your blocker being available to block in Beta, Bury, Grapple Shot. So many cards to take care of it. And we see
there we go, Bury.
And we see the Bury here. The Bury is going to be very painful. It's obviously one of the best targets that Martin could ask for, a firepower minion.
And we're not giving him a choice, we're attacking the trolls and then attacking the side.
Yeah. And now, thankfully with the Blink, Joa went sideways, and so Chaos Twister is still a pretty good option here, where he could take out both big minions.
Very true.
I think that's 10 towns.
Yeah.
Okay, Clansman. So we went for the 7 side. We are going for the Clansman. It's taking out 1 minion, but we're still facing enough damage to be on door. And you don't want to be on door against an Alpha Fire Sorcerer. Oh, we're remembering the trigger this time.
Very good.
On the Caravan, which is a bit trickier to remember than the Mercenaries, but we did. And as a reminder, you probably have touched on that during the draft itself, but Joa was the overall winner of SorceryFest last year, having won both the Alpha Draft and the Sealed on Sunday. So winning 2 out of the 3 possible events. Incredible.
What a run.
And that was enough to propel him to the overall winner for the weekend. So we're going to see...
And that should be Death's Door there now for Joa.
Yes, it will be. We're accepting it. I'm curious why the square zombies is...
I think they untapped it just in the wrong.
Yeah.
I think it came in tapped on the other turn, and then they just untapped it in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
That's my understanding.
We have the Death's Door anyway, and with Martin being able to double draw, presumably for a fire damage spell at some point. It's not looking great for Joe. Yeah, for the Crown Defender. And really liking the look of Martin's deck.
It's very
seems to be
very
a
strong.
2-color. Earthfire, we've seen some really good cards, like Phalanx on 4 mana. There's not that many things that can go head to head with it. We've seen a combination of like low curve, but also the beefy minions when wanting to go a little bit bigger. And now we're in turtle mode for Joa. And try and survive as long as possible. Gonna start cleaning up the units that are
one at a time.
adjacent. Yeah. Gonna try and bunker in the corner. Turning off some of the, projectile-based spells like firebolts.
Now that Joa is on 7, drawing an additional Highland is a very good draw.
Yep.
Does help him set this board straight.
Yep.
Which he certainly needs to. Now, can it keep up with double draws from Martin each turn?
Yeah.
I suspect perhaps not. But
it's also very possible, like the spells in beta were really good. Like the rule of thumb is alpha beta has great spells, and then Arthurian Legends Gothic are a bit more minion based, where the stars of the show are maybe less so the spells than they were in alpha. And so it's probably just a matter of time until Martin finds the spell that's enough to kill it, regardless of how many
having
minions.
control of the board is very important earlier in the game, but once you're on Death's Door.
Yeah, especially when you see fire from your opponent.
Yeah.
And so we're going to see a progressive move.
And I don't think we've seen too many incredible fire cards here, which to me might actually imply that there's some other, perhaps there are some other good fire cards that we haven't seen, and it's very likely that Martin does have something to help finish Joe off.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see. So Martin is going to double draw every turn until he finds an answer. And then it will be a pretty big tail if he starts taking steps up instead of double drawing with his avatar, or if he starts playing sides on that bottom
To create
column.
space.
Yeah. To potentially enable something like a violin or a kobold to do that as well. Until you see your opponent double drawing every turn if you're Joa, maybe that's a good sign for once. That means he's still looking for the answer. Okay, I'm just gonna keep on with the minions. And you followed Joa during the draft.
So we didn't.
So Joa might have a good idea of the kind of fire spells that went around in the pod. Though obviously, if Martin was picking before him, he might not know.
Might have seen, of course.
He'll have a couple in mind, maybe.
We did see violence getting passed around.
I think it'd be really interesting if Joa sees Martin start to play sides to try and like reach Joa's avatar. I think you also get a side and you counter that.
It's an indication that he's trying to hit a certain angle, and then a sight in front of his avatar would stop any violent battle cry.
Yeah. And an interesting use of the summoning sphere here. Obviously, Martin is sending all of his troops so that they eventually get to the corner. And so Joa's gonna go, look, you just start sending stuff to your face and gamble that this will work while you're trying to reach me. 2 blockers available. Well, one for that specific turn with the Lens Surveyor having been played, but the Vampire is also patrolling. And we're seeing in the chat some mentions of Flame Wave having been around in the draft. Let's hope for Joa that it's not in Martin's deck, because that's an avoid.
That's trouble, yeah. Dapper is obviously good, very good in this situation, but obviously not able to perform the card's normal duty of keeping Joa healthy when he's on death's door.
The Euroborn is pretty big here because it doesn't really give Martin the option to like trade into it profitably to permanently remove a blocker. So it's always going to eat like at least one per turn until Martin decides to slow down, and maybe he does now. We're seeing some respect being shown to Joa putting units on Martin's face with the summoning sphere. And we keep on with the...
Keep moving in. We have movement +1 there on the Nomads.
Yeah.
And we're just trying to throw enough things in that one will be able to slip through.
Yeah, one will stick, hopefully.
We have a Land Surveyor and a Vampire able to defend.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, it looks like there's 1, 2, 3... Oh no, sorry, he didn't move the zombie.
I think the zombie is on Joe's side, right? Given the way it's oriented, so maybe a blocker. I think right now we're still okay to defend for 1 more turn, unless Martin finally draws a kill swing. But Martin still has so much time, 17 life total. Not
it's
really
a long ways to
pressured.
go.
Yeah, and we finally have an airborne unit that can maybe try and do a deal with the Vampire on Martin's side, the Scarabs. Chaos Twister would be really good right now.
Chaos Twister would be very good.
Yeah, it's a one way to remove an attacker while potentially dealing damage to Martin. I thought that was Martin's zombie as well. But
And the sleeve looks orange.
yeah, I just wonder why the orientation is this one.
I thought initially they had it just kind of facing the wrong direction, but now...
It's also not moved from this position, which is
No.
surprising to
And
me
they've
if it was
moved it,
Martin.
and then kind of there's been a little bit of chat, and they've moved it back a few times.
Okay, Chaos Twister is being cast. And so
There we go.
Joa took a unit and sent it specifically on one side of the board. But that's not how it works. They're actually going to have to go through it. This is not online playing. And so hopefully we're going to see that on camera. Can't see why we wouldn't. Maybe the angle is going to be a little bit awkward for us to see. We'll see how it goes. They're probably asking for a
Yes.
judge at this point because they want
Please
to be
help
there.
us resolve our Chaos Twister. Well, actually, I'll pull up the text for Chaos Twister.
Yes, confirmed. The playmat art was done by Drew Tucker, commissioned by the Trolls. So a little fun fact while we wait for the Chaos Twister to resolve, the two heads of the Trolls is a reference to a popular statue in Leeuwarden. And I didn't know that the first time I came to SorceryFest. And I was like, oh, cool, they have some artwork with some Trolls' heads.
Incredible.
And then I arrived in the train station, and I get out of the train,
That's
and I
so
see
funny.
the two heads, and I'm like, that makes a lot more sense
Well,
now.
when I arrived for the first time today, I thought, what an interesting statue, and there's this kind of swirling mist around the base of it.
Yeah.
And then I had completely forgotten that they had this until right now, and now I'm realizing as well that it's the same.
And we see the Chaos Twister.
Here we go.
He's
One
gonna
good
do it
blow.
with the actual Twister card. All right, Joe, show us what you got. I think that's what he wanted. Ooh, it's gonna be a tight
That takes
call
out the
for the judge.
beetles.
It seems a little bit in between. Oh, don't touch the cards! Oh my god. Well, the judge's there, so hopefully they've agreed on a spot. It seems like it landed on the valley, and so it's only gonna kill that one unit. I think Joa was looking to also get rid of the scarabs at the same time.
I think so.
Yeah, not too
As
bad.
a way to look,
Honestly,
he always has another.
that's
Yeah,
true.
so-
Maybe he missed on purpose. You know,
It's an elite, you're allowed to.
bait Martin into a false sense of security. It's like, oh, the big Chaos Twister's gone. We're still facing relentless aggression. He can still keep pecking away at it. So I think he's thinking of swinging at the boss troll. Scarabs could come and defend. And it's still a 2-for-1 for Joa.
Yes.
Because the scarabs would explode and kill the boss troll as well. And so I think Joa thinks the vampire is too valuable to throw it even against a 2-for-1, and he's going to go for one of the token instead. Token was adjacent, so it's a more immediate threat as
And
well.
that's interesting because he could have given him the opportunity for the 2-on-1 trade, which likely Martin might have taken. But he also had this foot soldier token covered by the land surveyor, so it wasn't even an immediate threat. But he really does not seem to want to give him that out to the vampire. He thinks this vampire can do a lot more work, I think.
Remember what we talked about earlier. When you start seeing Martin doing something different than double drawing,
Yeah, why is he getting close is the question.
Spidey sense.
Yeah.
You have to think about why does he want to side there, and you could think about units that would have charge.
Yeah.
You could think about a Violent, and so you would want an adjacent to it.
We're thinking less about maybe fire magics and more about the fire units.
I think a lot of the fire magics are going to be situational and like spatially close to your
From your
avatar.
caster.
Yeah, so I think if it was a magic of that kind, you would have expected to see Martin take a step up.
Moving.
Yeah.
Yes, amazing.
I think the fact that it's a site suggests more maybe a minion.
Yeah.
It could also suggest that Martin needs the mana to cast a big card that would finish the game.
Very true.
We've talked about Flame Wave.
And as you noted earlier, there's nowhere really for Joe to actually kind of run to in this scenario.
I think
But
he's committed
he
to
does
that
have the
card.
option of, will I put a sight up in front of me? Just an extra line of defense.
Yeah. But it's going to be awkward because if you do that, you protect yourself against the violence, the kobolds, and all those units that want to do something adjacent. However, it's also now it's going to give a second angle of attack to Martin. Like right now, Martin always had to go through the side that the vampire is holding steadily, and now you're looking at like two different angles, right?
That's a great point. And I was going to ask, from your perspective, if you were Martin, is there ever any value to playing that site, even without having, say, a violent or something loaded? You're forcing Joa into taking a turn off double drawing. He has to draw and play a site, and then he's also making that little kind of land bridge for you, and you have an extra avenue of access. If you think that the situation on board is kind of okay, and we can keep going this way for longer.
Totally. It could almost be a bluff from Martin.
Yeah.
It's like, look, I'm going to force your hand.
Joa, you're going to build that site for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for every kind of minion that the vampire eats for free, Martin's relentless attack becomes a lot more manageable. And so Martin maybe realizes that, like, okay, the strategy's not working. I need to find another angle.
I need access.
Figuratively and literally.
Yeah, for sure.
We're going to make a border militia
Yeah, which has come out in the form of word tokens. That's okay. I think we'll just about make it through.
Okay, and let's see if Joa respects the side move from Martin or calls his bluff.
Because in a world where Martin could be bluffing, Joa could decide, I'm not going to do it. Now, I think he's at the second chaos. Oh, no, sorry, that's the Hippogriffs.
Yeah, Hippogriffs.
Hippogriffs, amazing.
Yeah.
And he does play the side. He does decide that he doesn't want to die to a violent today.
I think he realizes the pattern of play changed from Martin, and that must mean something, so we're going to respect it. Both really good players.
Is that Thunderstorm?
It looks like
I
it.
think it's a Thunderstorm.
Which is going to
as
be
well.
a little
Which
bit.
there is a Thunderstorm in his deck.
Yeah,
So
going to be a little bit awkward with all those tokens. Like, could be a slog to get through it. Maybe he's going to wait for all the tokens to be gone so that he can secure the damage. And we see the war token got upgraded to a real soldier token. I'm a real boy now.
it's incredible.
This is a tense battle. Two good players as early as round 1. I don't know how stacked the pot was, but both Martin and Joa are familiar to the top tables.
A very early death's door, but Joa really putting up a good fight.
I'm very surprised. Like, it's rare that you see an avatar survives on this door in an alpha draft more than like a couple turns, especially against a fire deck. It looks like it's worked.
Joa has his way, live a few more.
Yeah, we're still on 17 life for Martin though. That's so much time. So much time to think through things.
And the thinking is that eventually Martin would draw to some fire magic, which will be effectively unavoidable.
Yeah, you would assume. I mean, Martin knows best what's in his
Yeah.
deck. The fact that he's been double drawing up until
Yeah.
that point probably suggests he has an answer he's digging towards. And the change of play pattern and going for sites suggests we found something. Don't know if it's going to be good enough, but we found something.
If this is an attack on the Scarabs, that's a clean 1-for-1.
Yeah, unfortunately, Joa has to opt into it because the Scarab could just attack the Avatar, and even if Joa blocks, it's still this low.
That's the end of it, yeah.
And so you have to proactively opt into that one before that can happen. And it's looking dicey. Yeah, now we have to use the Thunderstorm defensively, which means it never feels great because you can't really have it on top of you. So it needs to be defensively, but also not too defensively. Unless Joa wants to literally roll the diamond.
It's a bit of a danger close situation.
Yeah, a couple of options here.
Yeah. They're counting them out, giving them each a number, and we hit the troll.
The troll, that was
A good hit. Yeah, absolutely.
So some luck in Joa's favor. Still facing a lot of minions though. And we're opting not to move the Thunderstorm, so it's really going to be a defensive tool for the time being. And have we found the answer? Oh, that's a step up.
That's scary.
It's a step up and an answer here. Okay. I mean, the step up, it definitely means something. See, I think we're really going for the kill here for Martin. We're kind of like leaving that Vanguard alone behind. Yeah, sure. There's the Land Surveyor that can block that.
And we're playing into that newly generated space that Joa had to create.
Yeah. And it's probably just a matter of time. Keep on moving in.
Yeah. Applying pressure.
There's very few things I can say of Joa at this point. 17 is likely at least 3 turns worth of damage from Martin, and that's if Joa finds his more aggressive cards. I think at this point he's kind of like locked in using them defensively first, which is going to delay the whole ordeal.
I think maybe 3 more Chaos Twisters would possibly do it. I think he only has 1 more.
Why didn't you drop 4? Okay, The zombies was Martin's all along. We've been fooled by the orientation of the card. And it's moving in.
Nee, dat speelt niet tegenaan.
Joe on top side. I'm gonna say Joe's unit. Don't know what's.
This is an
It
enigma.
seems to be a,
Yeah.
a sellsword zombie.
That's
Just goes-
definitely somebody's zombie.
Yeah.
There's no doubt.
We'll investigate.
That zombie is in this game.
Hopefully it belongs
Yeah.
to one of the players. Between the step and the side being played, it's so many new angles that Joe has to cover, and that's going to be tricky.
He's almost assuredly going to have to just pick one and say, if this is what you have.
Yeah. All right. Even the Vanguard is going to have to backtrack. Any unit counts.
Are we attacking the site or a unit?
I think they're checking the Vanguard's text, understanding that it might not be the full power it used to be. And I think Martin is starting to take the damage. We see Martin dropping to 13, which makes me think he has the answer and he knows it's just a matter of time. And so he's willing to use his life as a resource, which is always a great advice. We have a mortality to kill 2 foot soldiers. Mortality can be an amazing spell, but that's not the best use for it. What's timer left in the round? It's a great question.
Unfortunately, we didn't start the timer here live. With all the excitement
I hope
in the first game of the weekend, we didn't manage to start the timer on time.
I
When I
hope-
say we, I mean me. Just for the record.
I mean, there are judges in the
there's
room
no
that I'm
accusation.
sure are keeping an eye on it. Hopefully we're not deep into round 2 because I'm supposed to play round 2. We're going to see... Okay, the Thunderstorm now only has 1 target. So it's going to go to 1 turn remaining, and Joa feels a bit more comfortable lifting it up, maybe dealing some damage to the Sorcerer next turn. And what does Martin have in his hand?
Smaller threats left for Martin. We're still very afraid, I think, of magic here.
Yeah.
But the board has actually Joe's done quite a good job of clearing it up.
Yeah, I mean, the board is a lot cleaner than it used to be. Now, if I was Joe, I would still be worried about the change of play pattern.
For sure.
But at some point, you just got to play what you have in your hand. Yeah. There's only so much you can try and play
You
around.
have to make Martin have it. There's no point.
You couldn't really re-step into a
No,
thunderstorm anyway. You'd never want to take a step up in this situation. So. We have not decided to double draw for the turn. Oh, it was the
There
end.
it is.
Yeah, and very well read by Jova, having to go for the site as well. It's still painful to see though,
Yes.
because you could take the bat for free,
Absolutely.
and if we're Joa, anybody counts. But we had read the imp correctly, and maybe that's a small. What is that card? Check if my pairings are up.
Is that Bull?
Yes, my pairings are up. I will leave you,
Thank you very much.
to finish
Best of
this
luck.
game. I'm curious to see how it goes.
I'll keep
And
you informed.
if Joa makes it, that would be.
It would be an incredible turnaround. Joe finding the second Chaos Twister here. This time, he knows what he's doing. Here we go, Martin putting the squeeze on Joa. He's running Joa out of space. Back to Joa.
Sorry, excuse me, do you know where the bathroom is? Here?
Here we have the final 5-power charger from Joa being held up here as a blocker. Only one potential attacker for Martin this turn, that being his avatar. And he's reduced to drawing sights. I believe both players have emptied their spellbooks. One second now, we're just going to confirm the result there. Hello. Now, folks, round two. Unfortunately, the hero of today's story, Joa, has a 0-1 start in a very close game. But we're not giving up. We're going to try to beat another Martin in round two. If your name is Martin and you think you could beat Joa in an alpha draft, please do get in touch. We'd love to hear from you. Joe's opponent looks to be playing water. Joa once again facing early aggression. His opponent has a turn 1 Swamp Buffalo. Another 1 cost 2 power unit. Doesn't seem to phase Joa. He calmly plays the site and passes the turn back. He's not going to let the pressure of this Buffalo make him forget to play a site. A very heads-up play by Joa. The Buffalo advances. And the Buffalo isn't alone. It looks like it has a Swan Maidens, another 2 power unit. This one airborne and also with the submerge ability, but it is currently not submerged. A very aggressive start from our second Martin in this event. Could be stymied perhaps by a 3 power unit from Joa, or could at least force some awkward decisions down the line. Aggressive site placement from Martin here. Exactly what we've come to expect from Martins. And all of the 2 power units are advancing up the board. There we go. Look at them there. Now forget what we were saying about Martins and 2 power units. That looks like a 3 power unit to me. That looks like an Ogre Goons, if ever I've seen one. Creating a 3-man stack on Martin's northmost site, spot 8 there. Somebody in the chat asking if water aggro is an oxymoron. Don't think those are oxes. I think it's a buffalo, and I think it's mean to say that about them as well. Quick untap for the bats there. Yeah, absolutely. And piling in right on top of Joe's avatar in a quick drop to 13. He has a 2 power bats to 2 power units and an ogre goons. 4th sight from Martin. He's really keeping up the pressure here. He's after dropping a 4-mana Sea Serpent. Now, Sea Serpent not only is submerged, it also is waterbound, so he might not be able to find any aggressive moves onto Drowa's sides. You may not be able to see Joe's avatar. It's under a pile of, I think, 17 units from Martin, but it is in there somewhere. Oh, lovely, and the Hippogriff's coming to the rescue, clearing up some of those units, leaving just the Ogre Goons. Those Ogre Goons it could trade with going forward, but for now, the rest have been cleared up. We see from the angle we're getting a porcupine pufferfish there in Martin's hand, and also a drown. Now, drown again won't be much use until Joa begins aggressing onto Martin's water sites, unless he develops one of his own. But that's highly unlikely, seeing as there are none in his deck. Yes, absolutely, that is a grapple shot that we see in Joe's hands, so he does have a very clean answer to these Ogre Goons. The foil is making that card a bit difficult for me to read. I think that might be a Lampreys. Once again, we're seeing another submerged minion from Martin, played on top of the site, but this one isn't waterbound, so this one will be able to come over and say hello. 5th side for Joa, playing it to the back row it seems, thinking about it, playing it upper row, playing it back row, tapping it a bit, leaving it down. It looks like it's in the back row. Joa contemplating the grapple shot and committing to it. Yeah, a nice easy answer to these goons, and then moving on the diagonal and attacking the site. And that's his first hit in against Martin.
So how are we doing, Robert?
We're doing very well.
Yeah.
Joe has been putting up with a lot of early aggression in this game, but between the hippogriffs, a good grapple shot, and a lot of Martin's early aggression being stymied. He also has a serpent that's obviously stuck on water here, so he can't actually use its 4 power to really do anything to Joe. We see a porcupine kind of down defensively under his avatar, but this is a situation, I think, where he really wishes he could press some advantage on Joe rather than playing so defensively.
Yeah.
And the hippogriff's just cleaning up, basically able to fully ignore the sea serpent here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vampire.
And a vampire.
Yeah.
This game, vampire before Joe hits death's door, really going to do some work for him.
Yeah.
It was still very good, even in his last round, but it just...
I was already on death's door.
He was already on death's door.
Yeah.
Now, sometimes a 4 power flyer is
Yes,
obviously,
still
an incredible card all the same.
Yeah,
you
still
know,
save you.
we could delete half the text box and we'd still like it. But,
Yeah.
but here it's doing great work. Marking a handful of cards, but he's stalled out after his early aggression in this game. His drown is kind of stuck in his hand. I think I see a sedge crabs, but no real application for those on this board.
Need anything to drink, Robert?
Do you know if maybe even just a water would be nice?
Water?
Perfect, thank you so much. Here we have a flood hitting the board. Now that flood is interesting. That flood is going to effectively unlock the sea serpent from Martin. Rather than having it kind of watching from the wet sidelines, will now be able to press in with it. The way he's positioned it there, it still doesn't have a clear attack onto Joe at this turn. And suddenly it's moved. 1 square to the right, but that makes all the difference for Martin, who now will be able to press forward with the serpent. But chooses not to. Now, the first of 2 Chaos Twisters from Joa. But he was just showing it off. I think he was just... no, here we go. Oh. There we go, that's 1 sea serpent down. We have a bit of back of the hand action. An incredible shot. It's a goal. Giving Chaos Twister a read. That's side number 5 from Martin. And he's trying to pick a target for a drown. And the Dapper Vampire, yeah, absolutely brilliant. He looks like he's not quite able to keep up though with Joe. He's certainly turned the corner in this game. Mortality here answering the unit, and the Snow Leopards getting a chance to show Martin how the 2 power unit feels. Teleport Nan for Joe, Land Surveyor now hitting the board. A mixed Terra, and will we see a use for it? not this turn. I think that was another drown there that's after answering the hippogriffs. A good get from Martin. Joe left with land surveyors and also with the snow leopard, so small units, but units that can do a death blow all the same. How did you go?
Yeah, good.
Good.
2-0.
Brilliant. We're joined again by Joffrey here. Dude.
Is that a different Martin?
It's a different Martin.
Yeah,
we're trying to find a Martin for round 3, but it's going to be tough.
Yeah,
There was a lot of early aggression onto Joa, but he was able to kind of deal with it. A lot of 2-power units, and so the hippogriffs just
I see.
had an absolute feast. But I think this is it. His opponent.
How did round 1 finish? Did Joa turtle to the win? Or?
Joe ended up losing.
Yeah.
There's only so far he can run.
Yeah.
I'm actually slightly unsure whether or not it was a concession or whether or not it was death swell at the time.
I see. Yeah.
But either way.
Yeah. The game was going pretty long for sure.
Mm-hmm.
We seem to be in a better position here.
Yeah.
Much better.
This Martin was stuck. He had a sea serpent that was kind of stranded on one water side surrounded by land, and the 4 looked very impressive when it hit the table.
Nice.
Not when it just ended up sitting there.
Okay.
And there we go.
And there we go.
Yeah,
Looks
that's
like
it. So 1-1 for Joa. We'll need to find another Martin in the 1-1 bracket.
It's many Martins.
Yeah, many Martins.
It's usually you go in the Belgium or the Dutch crowds.
Mm-hmm.
Their chances of finding a Martin is pretty high in the sorcery community.
I'll bring us back here to the studio. That's a great shot of my face. Why now? Isn't that a great shot there of me and Richard? Why is that still? Yes, it's off studio mode, and we need to add another turn. Sorry now, folks. We've Joffrey here with us in the streaming room. We're just going to get the camera. There we go. That's actually us, and not us from the past. Hello.
Hi, chat.
Hello, folks. Joffrey, you're 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0. Well, my first one was a bye, so it's really a 1-0.
As I said, you're 2-0.
Yeah.
Gothic draft, someone has to do it.
Yeah.
How do you like Gothic?
Yeah, it's good. I haven't drafted it much, if I'm honest. So, I don't feel super comfortable, but probably have enough basis to do up until a 2-0. Now is the moment where if I lose, I wouldn't be too surprised.
And tell me, is it that you've been more focused on constructed, or is it more that when you've played limited, it's been sealed?
Mostly constructed.
Okay, very good.
In previous sets like Alpha, Beta, or AL, I was actually doing a fair amount of limited, and my time got a bit reduced going into Gothic, and so I've been focusing mostly on constructed.
Okay.
But I did the very skillful thing of opening a savior in my first pack, and I was like, that sounds great.
Okay.
I'll pick savior.
It builds itself.
Yeah,
amazing.
literally. I'll draft on rails.
Yeah.
Ended up with a very solid Earth Air deck.
Okay, very good.
No major bombs or anything.
Nope.
Just the savior doing savior things.
Plan is play 1 turn behind curve.
Yep.
Just beat you down with value. Yeah. Sweet.
Exactly.
Awesome.
Yeah. Had a very close call in this game actually. Had a very aggressive Earth Fire opponent that went turn 1. The Reverend, the one that has 0 power,
Unless
unless there's
evil?
an evil allied next to. Yeah, that was his turn 1. Turn 2, Lesser Blood Demon.
Which happens to be evil, as it
Yeah,
turns
and
out.
also
Isn't that
a 3
incredible?
power.
Yeah.
And then turn 3, a Crawler, so evil again and 3 power. And he swung for 9 on turn 4, and I was like, this is not looking good.
And 3 power is kind of quite an important number for limited. Why is it that 3 power is so kind of... What about having these 3 power minions is kind of such a good break point rather than just being 2?
Yeah, it depends set by set. I think for Gothic, it keeps you out of range of all the 2 power warded minions that might exist at the 2-drop slot, or that your savior opponent might play. And that was
For
kind
sure.
of my struggle,
Yes.
right? I had a bunch of like 2 power warded minions. He had 3 power minions, and I didn't really have a good angle. And so I think it helps. It also kind of puts them out of range of like multiple skeleton attack. Like you need
Yes,
to send
very good.
3 into it, which is unlikely, whereas 2 is a lot more feasible. So yeah, my save the play that saved me is a Murder of Crows,
Very good.
who ended up doing the 1 extra damage I needed on all of his units,
How perfect.
and then I could send my warded 2 power minion into his 3 power minion. And he didn't have any evil after that, which means the Reverend went back to 0.
Perfect.
With the 1 power, with the 1 damage on it, and so cleaned the board on turn 4 or 5. And I think we both knew at this point.
The games. There's a mirror for that card as well. There's the in Earth. There's the 1 cost who wants you to have a warded. A warded permanent.
Yeah.
Those. How do you rate those?
Pretty high if you're savior.
For sure.
I have one in my deck. I wish I had seen it, because that game would have been a lot easier. I think they're both pretty good. You have to accept that like you're gambling, and you need to have the right density of the appropriate synergy in the rest of your deck. But
they promise a lot.
I think they ensure your early game in a way that many other cards might not, assuming that you've built your deck in order for them to function well.
Anything, maybe the Earth one, as you mentioned, obviously in Savior, it's incredible.
Yeah.
But the other one that wants you to have evil, is that maybe less dependent on your avatar and more just on your deck building in general?
Yeah, like my opponent was a spell singer, not a necro, so and he still made it work really, really well. So I think it's doable. Obviously, if you're necro, it becomes a lot easier.
I know maybe the first few Gothic drafts and seals that I played, looking at sorry, my brain.
No worries.
Savior. It's very easy to kind of look at the card and go, oh, being able to spread these wards around is incredible. But it actually maybe means you should maybe devalue picking certain creatures who already have ward, or who kind of have that priced into their kind of power budget already, as it were.
Yeah.
Is that something that you kind of have to think of actively when you're drafting? Like, oh, I'll take this creature which might be traditionally seen as less powerful, but it actually, the ability to ward it on top of what it already does makes it a more valuable pick to me than, say, any of the 3 mana, 3 power ward creatures.
Yeah, totally. I think I only play 1 minion that already comes pre-warded.
Okay.
Because I think it's just really, really good, especially in a matchup that I'm a little bit afraid of. That's the Earth Order, the one that prevents minion from being summoned from outside of hand. So this one, I'm happy to pay the fact that like it doesn't have any synergy and like I can't really buff it with my ability. This is a great minion to begin with, right?
You're happy to sometimes not play behind curve. You'll jam a 3.
Exactly.
Cool.
And I also went to play a couple of like 5 mana evil, because I needed a little bit more top end, and the only ones I was seeing were the evil ones. And I was like, that's fine. 5 mana, I'm not going to wait for 6. I'm going to play the 5.
You're trying to build a good deck, not just a theme deck. So it's important to say, I'll sacrifice the synergy. This card actually just fits what my deck needs.
Yeah.
Amazing.
If it's in a handful that doesn't work with your avatar, that's still good enough.
For sure. Amazing. Are you having a nice SorceryFest so far?
So far, it's been great. Yeah.
Amazing.
We're going to go into round 3, and then after that, the winners of the pods are going to play between each other in a small kind of like top cut. Okay. And that's the part I'm afraid of.
And is that a top 8 cut? Or is it...
So it depends.
It's a bigger event than
it depends how many pods there are overall. I didn't count. It's basically going to be all the winners of the pods playing like a knockout tournaments between each other. So for Alpha, if they had 8 pods, it's basically going to be a top 8. Yeah. For Gothic, we might be a little bit more than 8, so it could be a bit different. Okay.
Now, there's an announcement for the 3rd round starting now.
Yeah.
I think we'll call it there, and I'll be back with the stream here in a few minutes.
That's good.
And maybe we'll give everyone a break before round 3.
That sounds
Catch
great.
you in a
See
moment,
you guys.
folks. Thank you so much. Thank you, Joffrey. Sorry, folks, for the disruption there. We just had to move the players' life totals around. Yeah, we have confirmed that Joa's opponent this round is not called Martin. Their name appears to be Pyra. We did check their ID. Some of us obviously don't think that went far enough, but it is what it is.
Ik heb niet gemaakt, foto.
Joe opting to trade in the Panther here. Maybe simplify down the board. And obviously it's also protecting his knights, which can continue to crash in for damage. The first Chaos Twister from Joa. Now he's been practicing all evening. I suspect he's cast a few of them before the event, but even if he hadn't, he's gotten plenty of use in with it today. He's picking up the zombies. Oh. Well, you can't be happy with that. Unfortunately, that Twister was simply too chaotic. It's after wiping out his own bat. Isn't that sad? For Joe, obviously. Pyra is delighted by that. Back to Pyra now. Obviously is at a life deficit here, but something about Joa taking his turn to wipe out his own ally certainly doesn't hurt Pyra's odds. That's the Incinerate, clearing up the knights, and coming over for 2 attacks on Joa, which he can't defend. His aggressive site placement there meant that Pyra was able to get an attack in on him. He wouldn't, of course, have been able to push through his own wall of fire. Doesn't seem to care whose minions go through it. If you go through, you're getting burned for 3. The advice when I was young was always don't walk through a wall of fire. I suppose it still is. Hippogriffs there, cleaning up the board a little bit, and bats to the far side. Now, Pyram may not need to worry about answering these bats, because we know Joe does have a second Chaos Twister in his deck. And that could very naturally take out the second bats too. Zombies trading in, chipping in a little bit more damage there. Sorry, not trading in, chipping in. Back to Joe. Make the diagonal attack with the Hippogriffs. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Joe has drawn the second Chaos Twister. So it could be sayonara to his second bats. Looks like a clean double kill there for the second Twister, and the bats are able to once again push up on the diagonal and reduce Pyre to 5. He's going to be feeling the pressure now. He has no substantial minions at all to be able to defend here. Common sense from Joa. What's he going to go find? Yeah. Big charger, and he is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So drawing a sight next turn will allow him to play out the 5, 5. Okay, Pyre setting up another site for himself. In need of immediate answers though, there's 5 airborne damage coming in from Joa in this next turn. And that is absolutely massive. If that's what I think it is, that's an Ancient Dragon. 6 power airborne. and able to shoot other units, but it looks like Joe will be able to kind of pick his way around it here and split its attention. And for the charger, and that's definitely Death's Door for Pyra. A very impressive Ancient Dragon, but it might not actually be enough to save Pyra here. The Hippogriffs currently have an attack on the Sorcerer avatar. A lightning bolt, a very, very good answer for the Hippogriffs. And it looks like it goons there from Pyra. He was considering playing it down. Let's see if he commits to it. That's a Dromedary and a Goons. Then he moves up the dragon and decides that the dragon's actually going on the attack. No unit from Joa has an attack on Pyra, so he's able to relax, he thinks, this turn. Joa has good units in his hand. He has the Amazons, he has Trolls, and he has another Charger. Now, if Joe plays these above, they can just be shot by the Ancient Dragon, but that may not be an option that Pyra has, given that he's on Death's Door and is obviously under a lot of pressure from different allies of Joe. Amazons as well. Things are tightening in around here on Pyra. Moving back the Ancient Dragon and attacking. Now, Joa is met option here. He can opt to trade since he has 2 5-power units. He can move and defend. And he takes it. I might kill mine, but I'm taking the dragon with me, he says. Here he comes in at the hand. He has 2 attackers, Pyre has exactly 2 blockers. He's playing as many of his minions forward as he can here, just trying to apply as much pressure onto Pyre as he can. Now that Chimera from Pyra is quite impressive. It has 6 power, so obviously it's not afraid of the chargers from Joe, but it can also attack up to 3 units at the same time. Joe's units are all spaced out quite well, so it looks like it won't really have an opportunity to make good on those threats. That's very good for Pyra. A minor explosion there is able to take out 2 units at that location. And then is able to start clearing up Joe's bigger units.
Because of my little belly. I just took it over.
We see Thunderstorm, Dapperel, and Teleport in Joe's hand. Joe may be considering trying to play the Dapperel at a safe distance here and then set up a play based around the Teleport. And the Chimera a quick read. Now, I can't quite see that card. Is that a mad dash? I'm going to give the Chimera +1 move. And also draw another card for Pyra. If it was a Mad Dash. Nothing maybe particularly valuable to achieve. Oh, he wants to go aggressive with it, so the Chimera moves all the way up. Pirate believes he's turning the corner here. That's Vipers. And a follow play. It's an Apprentice. And there's the grapple. Very good. Joe wins his second game. Sorry, has his second win in the third round. Folks, we'll be right back. We're going to have a little interview with Joe, talking about his experience drafting Alpha, his incredible opens, how he built his deck, and the games he played. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Hello, folks. Welcome back. So we've just finished the 3 rounds that we stayed with Joa. Joa is in here to us. 2 wins, 1 loss.
Yeah,
Yeah, fun.
yeah, certainly.
A lot of shouting, a lot of screaming. I think you opened something nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I opened something really nice.
Amazing.
An Eric Curiosa foil
Amazing.
alpha. Yeah, I couldn't believe myself.
We saw you could hardly even keep drafting. You had to take out the phone and maybe
yeah.
text your loved ones.
yeah.
Yeah,
We go
look
on
up prices.
vacation.
Yeah. Dinner's on you anyway tonight. That's wonderful. Have you drafted much alpha?
Last year I drafted alpha here at SorceryFest, and like 1 time before that, so a
Amazing.
total times of 3,
Yeah.
3 times I think.
And of course, you can't draft alpha forever.
No,
No.
so it's really a privilege to
Yes,
to
amazing.
can still do it right now. You
Yeah.
already saw the prices shooting up last
Absolutely.
week or the last few weeks,
Mhm.
and yeah, we feel I feel very privileged
Yeah.
to still play alpha
Amazing.
right now.
And tell me, do you have fun in the draft? Now, obviously, it's going to continue. We have top 8 that'll go on for further prizes. I believe that's the winner of each of the 8 pods will comprise the top 8. But even going 2 and 1, how was the experience?
Yeah, the experience is very good. Very nice people, some new people as well. I also sat on the table with a guy that was also here last year on the in the same pod as I was, so that was fun to see.
Familiar faces.
Yeah, some familiar faces as well. And yeah, if you watch the matches back, you have seen some matches. I drafted the Chaos Twisted twice.
Twice, incredible. Yeah, we were joking. We said, I don't know if Joe has been practicing with this much, but by the end of the draft, he won't need any more practice. He'll be, yeah. In the last game, I think you ended up taking out your own bats with it. But you know, these things happen.
Shit happens.
Yeah. It's not called Twister.
Yeah, it's still chaos. You know?
Exactly, amazing. Yeah. A few small questions for you just about your deck and the way you were drafting. I think there was a moment people were interested in the chat where you kind of slam 4th pick Sorcerer.
Yeah.
And then you gave the camera a nice cheeky smile. That was good and funny. I take it at that point you didn't know everybody was Sorcerer.
Yeah, that's totally
okay,
true.
Okay.
I thought I totally forgot. I haven't played in a long time.
Yeah.
6 months or something. Yeah, once in a while a game.
Mhm.
But not competitively, and also not drafted and not played sealed for like 8 months. So I totally forgot
That's
that
so
everybody
fun.
got a sorcerer. I was like,
Yeah.
why did they shove the
And
sorcerer out?
I think that maybe even lines up your 2nd and 3rd pick. You were drafting the 7-cost unit.
Yeah.
It is charge. It affects the board straight away.
Yeah.
But maybe when everyone's playing sorcerer and trying to double spell, that's not the way. So
No.
there was a great kind of narrative going through where we were going, well, he's picking those very highly. I mean, when you play them, they have a big impact. Yeah, and he's jammed sorcerer. Okay, we know suddenly what's happened here.
Yeah, and
amazing.
still, but if I lost my first game, but usually the games will go to 7 mana anyways. So like having a big bomb and like having 3 big bombs. Last year I lacked big bombs. I only had like 4 drops. 4 drop. Well, 4 power was my biggest unit I had. I only had like cards to power it up and such. But yeah, you in draft you need big minions, and this one has charge as well, and you will get there eventually. But then your strategy has to be a little bit more preservative at the start if you know you have those big bombs in your deck.
I think another big moment in the draft was when you kind of made the choice. You, from my perspective, and this is only a kind of a poetic selling of it now. Maybe it was a different process in your head, maybe, but you kind of said like, I'm going to live the constructed dream. You already had the vampire, and you saw you're met with your pack. You have the grapple hook, and you have a berry. The berry is almost always live. It almost always does what you want. The grapple hook is much more situational. You need to have a setup. But the upside, of course,
And
is
for me,
free
it's like
movement and
yeah, it's like the free movement. And if let's say somebody's playing water, I already faced water. I cannot use the bury, but I know I have big minions. So if I have like the 5-drop Amazon warriors or the vampire in play, I can grapple shot something. Also with the healing of the vampire, I can heal 8. Let's say if I hit something else with that. That's why, and I already pulled the Chaos Twister,
Yeah,
so I
absolutely.
thought, yeah, and I have enough removal already. uh, and on 3 I just want to play my 3 drops if I can get them. But I didn't see that much. I think I saw 3 or 3 drops.
Yeah.
I have in my deck, so that's, and you know, in limited 3 drops are king. So I was going for that, but not seeing them. So I thought, yeah,
I have to make it work somehow. It's
Yeah.
interesting, kind of evaluating up your picks and going for the more risky thing, but you think it just has the much higher payoff. Really,
Yeah.
really interesting. Amazing. What else are you doing this weekend?
doing the constructed as well
Amazing.
again, and also the sealed. So
Great. So you're in
all
full
defense.
weekend.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I go full pull.
Super. We'll definitely be checking back up with you, I'd say.
Yeah, thank you
For
very
sure.
much.
Thank you so much for coming on the stream. Thanks for letting us watch you draft, build your deck, and playing the games.
No
Amazing
problem.
fun. We were
fun
cracking
watching.
up. Thank you so much. Great.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay.
Thank you
let's
very
go there.
much, and
You're
have a
so
nice
welcome,
time
Joa.
as well.
Thank you so much. So, folks, that was Joa, who we followed through the alpha draft. They're still setting up in there now the top 8. We don't know who we're going to be watching go through the top 8, but we're going to find out shortly. We're going to go back for a little break at the moment as things are getting set up, and then we're going to continue with our top 8 matches. Folks, we'll be right back. Hello, folks. Welcome back. We're just about to start our top 8 match now. That is going to be Antonio versus Adrian. They are just getting ready, and I'm just going to set up a stream for them.
It'll be around 6 o'clock. So it'll still be light outside as you do top 8 also upstairs. That'll be outside. Okay.
Wonderful. So, folks, our 2 players for this round are Adrian and Antonio. We have Adrian on the left and Antonio on the right. Both players are playing Sorcerer. Surprise, surprise, another mirror. And away we go. Now Antonio's kicking it off first. He appears to be playing fire. No turn 2 play from Antonio. Pass, pass. Adrian equally aggressive, side placement, and then to a Nomads. It's true that in this game those Nomads won't be taking any damage from deserts. But that said, that's true in every game. A 3 power minion hitting the board here for Antonio. Coral Reef Kelpie. Interesting note about Coral Reef Kelpie, it doesn't actually look like it's into... Oh no, actually it does look like it's pretty much made of kelp. Yeah, no, sorry, I take that back. I was about to slander it. And the trolls for Adrian, very good. Those are covering the Nomads from an attack, and the Nomads are moving back anyway. In comes the Kelpie, and Adrian says, I'd rather just take the 3, no trades. Call me crazy, that looks like a Scorpions there for Antonio. Very good. The nomads are able to make use of their movement +1, clear the scorpions, and if Adrian wants now, he does have a trade onto the Kelpie. That was being blocked by the scorpions, but it looks like he'd rather just trade back damage. And I think that might be an infiltrate on the Kelpie. That is definitely that on the Kelpie. Antonio under pressure here. No minions on the board. 2 for Adrian, although one of those is only temporary. Deep sea mermaids there. Those are going to get Antonio another spell, but they're not particularly impactful on this board. And passing it back. And those harpooners are getting eaten by the trolls. They're playing their same decks. I'm just after seeing the question now in the chat. They're playing the same decks that they originally drafted. The world only has so much alpha in it, so unfortunately they're forced to make do with what they've already drafted. Amazons here for Adrian. A pretty commanding board presence. Minor explosion takes out the trolls. Porcupine. Porcupine acts as a good deterrent here for the Amazon. The Amazons are running scared here. Porcupine comes in for 1. A very nice threat for Antonio there, the Manticore. He's very likely to have a non-fire spell, given that he's playing Sorcerer and he can double draw. So the odds are he'll be able to get a good untapping. In come the Amazons. Antonio is met with a decision here. Does he want to trade in the Manticore? But no, he lets it through. Moving up the Kelpie. And Gorgons. Very, very good. Those are going to disable the Manticore. That's the Porcupine Pufferfish disabled and the Manticore. I'd say Antonio wishes he took the trade now. Playing a side. Scorpions. and cavalry with charge. Fun fact about Petrosian cavalry, the card has 3 power because there are 3 men on horses in the art. That might not be correct. The reasoning, it's true that there are three men on horses in the art. Okay, trading the infiltrated minion for the scorpion. Taking a bite out of Antonio for 5, and then an explosion to clear up the cavalry. Very, very good. Commanding position here for Adrian. And he's free to draw a second spell this turn as well.
You still okay for drinks, Robert?
I'm very good, thank you.
Perfect.
Beast of Burden able to carry any number of minions, but can it carry Antonio out of this tight spot? The question you might want to ask. And sleep is going to do good work on those Amazons. And we see him move up from Adrian, opting not to draw a second spell this turn. And a Pudge Butcher. And Scent Hounds. Pudge Butcher threatening Antonio's avatar here if he doesn't move. That's funny, he moved. So an unlanded angler there from Antonio. Having a bit of a read, checking where they want to put it. Unsubmerged. Adrian moves out of the way, and here comes the hook. You caught a fish. Centhound's trading in there. Oh, that is terrific. Fireball there. I believe that would be waking up the Amazons who don't like being lit on fire. But then again, who does? Stunt performers, probably stunt performers. Bit of discussion here, I think, surrounding the Gorgons. Both players deciding to take turns pointing at them. They've agreed to stop pointing at the Gorgons now and to just play an old Salt Anchorman. What a legend. The Anchorman, of course, a little bit late this game, as we've already seen one fish get hooked out by the Pudge Butcher. Antonio seemingly deep in the tank here. A lot of pressure on the board between the Amazons, the Pudge Butcher, kind of locking up 13, 8, and 3, and then the Gorgons having quite a big impact in the center of the board as well. maybe there's a question about how the Gordons work here. Really good hand gestures from both players. Adrian double drawing off Sorcerer, breaking the hand gesture stalemate, and cleaning up the Anchorman. 5 is bigger than 2. That's not news. It looks as if Adrian is overpowering his Gorgons and then sending them in on the masterwork. I'd like to apologize. Previously in the stream, I think maybe 10 seconds ago, I called them Manticore and Masticore. I'm sorry about that. Ooh, another sleep. That's gotta hurt. These are some dopey Amazons. That's a caravan if ever I've seen it. The Butcher still has a very strong command over this board. Right. Antonio is holding on for life. We're joined now by Joffrey again.
Hello.
Antonio's just been put to death's door.
I see.
He's had a very hard time this game. Pudge Butcher has been kind of tying up the middle.
Yeah.
And then there was a Gorgon's tying up basically everything else on the board. And he's been slowly trying to stem the bleeding. He's had to sleep Adrian's Amazons twice.
Yikes.
Yeah.
And they are...
And they keep waking up to fireballs and whatever have you.
Seems like Adrian's got this under control. I assume they're playing with the same deck they
They
drafted
are.
initially. Yeah. Okay. So potentially also some of these players know about, you know, the decks. They've heard the tales, the stories. Yeah, that seems like a tough one to recover from. Though, yeah, I mean, a
It
fire
seems like-
opponent
yeah,
is always
yeah.
scary. See the boar.
Which is almost as scary as anything else at this point.
I mean, anything
It's
will
just
do it.
another guy. Yeah.
Pudge is really locking down
Yeah.
the middle, so
Yeah, Antonio earlier had to start running scared.
let's see if there's anything crazy in Antonio's deck that could bring this back from a dire situation. It's quarters, and then there's going to be 2 other games to determine the overall alpha winner.
Which means I think we'll be going well into the new year. Yeah.
Won't catch me casting the finals. I need to sleep.
No.
And a lot of Belgian players, unsurprisingly, in the top 8 of this alpha draft. They have a really good limited community. They learn from each other. And when they announced the top 8 names, I was like, yep, that checks out.
A lot of familiar. That's
Yeah.
nice.
The usual suspects.
Well, a lot of work goes into maintaining a good community, and it's nice to see that that there are real benefits to people putting in that work and time.
Yeah, especially limited, right? Where you kind of have to have a certain critical mass of players if you want to organize
Absolutely,
draft,
yeah.
etc. And they definitely managed to get there.
It's not as easy as just sweating out a few test games and saying, "Oh yeah, that's it."
Now they know each other really well, and I'm assuming they're going to face each other in some ways in the top 10. So curious to see how that's going to go. Still haven't found the solution.
No.
Antonio gets to untap yet another turn.
It's hard to say. I don't think it's fair to say his position is getting much better, mind you. But
It rarely gets better. It tends to be a slow, painful fade
Bleed
into the
out,
night.
yeah.
Yeah. But it really brings me back to, you know, the early drafts in Sorcery, right? When Alpha Beta was all we had. Now, you know, we've enjoyed Arthurian Legends and Gothic, and I'd say they're really well designed from a limited perspective, whereas Alpha Beta was a bit more like raw. Obviously, Alpha Beta being the first set was designed with constructed in mind primarily, I would say. Though the draft format is still very enjoyable, and so many of us only had that for a little while, and we're just drafting it endlessly. So it brings back a lot of memories.
I suppose there were a lot of concepts that they wanted to kind of, proof and say, look, the game, you can do this. This is a card that exists. This is a thematic. We can move things. We can,
Yeah. Which meant a lot of the cards were not super playable always.
No, of course.
And on the flip side, some of the spells from a draft perspective were like way too good for their rarity. Like spells like Poison Nova can absolutely decimate the game.
We see you asking for the top 8 names. If you give us a moment, I'll be able to get those off Ron, and we can announce the names as well. I know the top 8 did a nice little photo shoot, but I don't know if that photo has been posted yet. We'll get the names though in a moment.
I can go inquire. I think you're asking specifically for your co-host, Froggy Mago, so I can go check if Nick is there.
Thank you so much. So looks like Antonio bit the dust there. Adrian will be moving on to the semi-finals. Hello folks, we're just getting ready now for the semi-finals. Joffrey, you said you have the top 8 names. We can call them out there.
I do, yes. So we just saw Adrian
and Antonio.
Yeah, so prevail over Antonio. On another table, Isham from Belgium played his teammate from Belgium, Jesse, and Isham took it down. And another table was Wout, also from Belgium, against Jaco. And I believe there's still one table going, and that's Andreas against Peter. So to your question for Gamago, I don't think Nick made it to the top cut. I don't know what his record was, but it looked like he didn't go for 0. So I think there's one more table wrapping up, and then we'll be looking at the semifinal.
I think as there were actually 48 players, if I'm not mistaken, I think what ended up happening is there were 6 pots. So I think it's 6 trios, and I do think two ones actually ended up, 2 very lucky 2 ones ended up making it in.
That makes sense.
I mean, naturally they wouldn't be that lucky if they actually just got eliminated then straight away. It was, couldn't go to bed.
Yeah.
It would be terrible.
And I think we know how the semifinals are going to be paired, so
wonderful.
We saw Adrian just prevail on camera, and I think that's going to take him to face Isham in the semifinal.
Lovely. Actually, we can ask them now if they'd like to stay at the same table to save us.
Sounds good. They left me alone in the room. It's a big mistake. Isham in the top 4. Yet again, one of the usual suspects when it comes to limited or constructed at this point. Isham was top 4 at the EU Crossroads last year, getting that sweet, sweet Pathfinder rainbow foil. I'm sure he'll be looking to do it again tomorrow in our big constructed event. So as a reminder, the alpha draft today was only the appetizer. Big event tomorrow with 138 players for constructed. So stick around for that.
And we'll pop the 2 of us on. Oh look, that's me. The camera keeps doing that. There we are. That's us. Isn't that lovely? So we're actually getting Wout and his opponent, who we said was...
So I think that's a table that's still playing.
That's still in progress.
So
they're changing it up. I think they said they're worried too much, Adrian.
I see.
Give him a break. God love him.
So it's going to be Wout against Andres or Peter.
Perfect.
Depending on who prevails. about also a one of the usual suspects when it comes to limited top cuts. And then I'm not sure how the Gothic top cut is going. Be interested to see how these decks get paired up. Be interested to see how many Saviors and Necromancers are.
It would be very interesting. Was there anything interesting opened in that? Do you know?
Nothing too. Oh, Curio. Sorry, I was gonna miss that.
Oh, very nice. Which
Yeah,
one?
yeah. The Manor of Dapperol.
Oh, how
Gale
cool!
Something.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a
Yeah,
table
God makes
close.
you awful thirsty looking at that. Yeah.
So it's been nice. Yeah, the winner in my pod was on Spellslinger, so no Necro or Savior there.
Okay.
And I'm not sure about the other pods. Yeah. I think people knew what was up when it came to these two avatars.
Yeah.
Like pretty high priority.
Well, it's very unlikely that people are wanting to start slamming portals with Harbinger, but having value guaranteed every time you either play a minion or untap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, very good. What we might ask a few questions in your experience with Alpha Draft, because we're about to go back to the matches. I know earlier you raised a very good point that there's an absolute slew of unplayables in the format, and it doesn't necessarily make it a worse environment, maybe arguably, but it creates this interesting game where you have to kind of pick around them and you have to kind of dodge the unplayable cards.
Yeah.
And then you also mentioned in tandem with that water is at a lower power level, pretty much across the board compared to the other colors. How, when you're sitting down and you're kind of cracking open your packs, how do you decide? Do you want to be the only water drafter at the table who tries spiking every playable in water, and suddenly your 19 sedge crab army is kind of ascending, or are you just going to pretty much every draft say I'm going to do my very, very best to stay out of water?
Yeah, I think it depends how the packs fall a little bit. I think there's mostly two ways you end up in water. There's well, maybe three ways. There's the person, and I know many of them that are gonna go and say like, oh, no one wants water. Like my whole strategy is to draft water.
Okay,
and they'll kind of force it.
They're going in looking, yeah.
And often it works well for them because they're right. That like not that many people are keen to kind of move into water. So that's one. The second one would be a player that's pretty open, but opened a really good water card. And then automatically if they go like, well, I know water is underdrafted. I have a really good reason to be the one to move into that.
So we're talking elites, uniques. They open something an actually strong individual power level card, and they're willing to take the hit on weaker exceptionals, weaker ordinaries, and just roll with it.
Exactly, yeah. So we're thinking about like maybe a Ruler of Thule or look those kind of cards that you'd expect to see in constructed. And then maybe the third profile, and this is probably the hardest one to kind of navigate, is someone that like gives in halfway through the draft and just gets past water and water and water, and at some point decides like, okay, I'll be the one that switches because clearly no one else is.
Yeah.
And this is a more reactive approach. But like, I mean, if it falls into your lap, sometimes you just have to take it. Yeah.
Perfect.
And it's hard because sometimes that does happen and you still end up with a deck that isn't quite up there with the other because yes, they fought for the same cards and colors, but
they are already starting just that extra level up.
Yeah, the cards on average are just better and support the more aggressive strategies that you usually want in alpha and beta.
Yeah.
Whereas water tends to be a bit more defensive. So
if there was one card in water that you thought, and I appreciate that the messaging in a major way is stay out. Stay out. It's not great. You'll just get wet. It doesn't do what you want. If there was any ordinary or exceptional maybe in water that you think is slightly undervalued?
It's really tough for ordinaries and exceptionals because I think that's the big weakness of water. Like the elites and uniques are good. Like don't get me wrong. They might ask you to be kind of focused on body of water or like draft around them, but they're good and they're worth it. The problem that water has is specifically water and ordinaries and exceptionals are just subpar versus the rest. And that's the tough part, I think. Trying to think if there are some that would get me to like really skew towards water. There's not that many. All the ordinaries tend to be a little bit on a weaker side.
I know. Yeah, it's a tough question. But I think that same problem can be kind of seen. It carries through to constructed. Like when you see water decks, like the incredible amount of uniques in them that fill slots is presumably because the ordinaries and exceptionals aren't at that high level.
Yeah. On the flip side, the uniques like more than make up for
They're
the rest.
outrageously good. Yes, of course.
And AL and Gothic helped
Mhm.
kind of strengthen that exceptional slot for water. So like Lugbog Cat is really what brought water back to the forefront. And then Koenigsee now plays really
Yes,
well with some
with
of
all
the
your
defensive
defensive
sides.
sides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that helped. But yeah. So we'll see how much water there is tomorrow. Actually,
Yeah,
that's a big
it'll be
open
interesting.
question for me. We've seen very different takes from very different parts of the world, and so the most recent result, well, not most recent, the first ever grand contest in the US was like 7 out of the 8 decks in the top 8 were in water in some ways. But then on the other side of the world, that same weekend, we'd get a top 8 in Australia that didn't have a single deck in
Fire
water.
Pathfinders, etc. Just running for it. Yeah,
Bunch of Earth Fire decks.
I think big Earth decks are kind of a popular strategy to deal. You kind of get to ignore a lot of the defensive sites that water can put up, and you're going that bit bigger.
Yeah, exactly. And water can struggle against these if you're not, careless and letting yourself get got by like a Koenigsee and a Thin Ice and those kind of things. So if you play smart and kind of wait for the moment to strike with big Earth, it works pretty well. Maybe you line up a Pudge or something.
Yeah,
and then,
you get it. Yeah. There's something so incredibly satisfying about getting a good hit with a Pudge Butcher. That everyone, I think it's something about the fact that everyone sees it coming. It's not a surprise to anyone.
Yeah.
No one ever tricks you with a Pudge Butcher, really. We all.
It's kill on sight.
It comes.
You see it coming, and you're like, I don't want to see what you can do with
and
this.
it's just that you know you can't get away from it. Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah. So no. Folks, it's taking a few minutes here to get the semi-finals. So it might be after Christmas for the semi-finals, and it might be the hold on.
The semis will be between Wout and
Lovely.
Peter.
And Peter, Wout and Peter,
Perfect.
terrific.
Yes, and then heading for the stream.
Perfect. We're going to switch over cameras now, so we'll have a look. Lovely. I will just go in and check which one is sitting on which side. Because otherwise that's chaos would happen. Perfect. I'll be right back.
Wout and Peter. So we're potentially looking at an old Belgium final. It'd be interesting if Wout and HM both make it from their respective semifinals. But Peter might have something to say about that. And so far, I mean, I've only seen glimpses of games here and there and jumped on the cast when I had a bit of free time. I haven't seen any water, not a single drop. Let's see if either of the player that we're going to witness are going to change that. I'm assuming it's going to be a Sorcerer Mirror, and so no changes needed to the layout. It's better for us. But who knows? It's such a strong avatar that you really need to go out of your way to play something else when it's just freely available to her. Have you been casting any game that were not on Sorcerer? Has it all been Sorcerer Mirrors today?
It has been entirely Sorcerer Mirrors.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair.
Yeah. It's very good.
It's very good, yeah.
Some people are forth picking it.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I think Wout now is going to be on the right hand side. He's sitting down ready to go, and then
Peter is going to be his opponent. Yeah, I asked about the Sorcerer Mirrors because Joel won last year, and he was in Battle Mage. And he drafted a really
Very
sweet
cool.
deck, yeah, kind of centered around Battle Mage, so he was playing a lot of the disable cards, so he could eat his opponent's minion without taking too much damage. And so you never know.
perfect. I think that's not frozen. It's hard to tell when there's no movement. And when it's alpha, I suppose we're missing your geomancer, your flame caller. So actually, it's not a trivial difference. We're actually missing quite a few avatar options in the format.
Yeah, absolutely. And some of them would be really good. I wonder if any of them would actually go head to head with Sorcerer. Maybe a Geomancer would justify it. And then you get to 6 mana and you still have some decent card advantage.
You start up 3 turns.
Yeah. Sounds pretty good.
It does something.
You do need to be very heavy into Earth if you want to make full use of it.
That is true.
So that's one I could see. Whereas like the alpha avatars, I mean, look, if you open one, you're still taking it.
Yeah, absolutely.
But it could still be that Sorcerer is the right choice for you to play at the end. So. Do you know if any alpha avatars have been open actually?
Not that I've seen.
Oh, wow.
There's a strange, I think, paradigm when you're streaming where you can at once see everything and experience nothing.
Yeah.
There could be somebody, in a rabbit suit.
Yeah.
Around, I have no idea.
No, if he's not on camera, it doesn't happen.
He was running up and down the halls. Means nothing to me. I can see the
players sitting
dice
down.
just be a little bit south, and I'm not sure if Peter's saying it.
See, looks like the dice are coming up. Gonna be ready pretty soon.
We're trying to track down this Peter gentleman.
Oh no.
Yeah. The semis are calling Peter. Please pick up. There's a great energy in the place. I'd say Peter's off celebrating or having a nice beer, or catching up with friends.
Yeah, you step out and you're directly on a little canal, which is very nice. There's tons of bars and restaurants all around, and so you'll see players just.
It's beautiful. We had lunch earlier in the restaurant that's kind of associated with the hotel here. Beautiful, lovely, so nice.
Very, very good.
Welsh really putting in a dominating performance so far.
The only one
avatar to nil.
I like the use of the big dice, kind of like old school Magic style. It's something I picked up from the trolls. There's something about like manipulating these oversized dice. It just speaks to me.
I think it's non-trivial as well because a number you see written down, you adjust it, and it's if you're getting hit for 5, it's up to you. You think I can take 4 of these.
Yeah.
Here suddenly, you get hit by an Amazon.
It's like, oh no,
But you're very clearly looking. You're going, I have 3 of those left.
Yeah, I didn't.
That may not necessarily be advantageous now, mind you, having that mental gymnastics done for you.
The psychological effect of losing the die.
Yeah.
And it's a sorcery mirror, unsurprisingly. Let's see. And the players are ready to go.
It's a good wine. Yellow wine.
Is it like with or without microphone the stream?
There's no mic.
No mic? Okay, then we can just
Start whenever you're ready.
Start. You're good to go. When you start, I'll start.
Okay. Thank you.
You're very
Good luck.
welcome. Thank you.
Peter coming to check on us, being a good citizen, asking if he needs to be mic'd up.
What a nice guy.
We told him it's fine. Swear at the table, we won't pick it up.
I think Ron's in there writing down everything they say. It won't be forgotten.
I think this year in November we'll have the 8th edition. So in 2019 we did our first, but there was not in this venue. The first one in this venue.
All right, I'm gonna go down to business. It's shuffling time. I'm curious to see if any of these players are going to bring something that we haven't seen so far. Have you seen any of Wout or Peter on camera?
Nope,
Alright.
these two gentlemen are fresh to us now.
We're in the dark. 7 bank on average for Peter. That's the die roll, that is.
There's a tent behind this year maybe.
And I think with the ability of Sorcerer, I don't find that you're at a heavy disadvantage going first or second. You have to adjust your playstyle a little bit, but generally your opponent will have to kind of slow down first and start double drawing, and then you kind of follow their lead when they do that.
It might affect the tempo maybe of the early turns, but you think overall it probably evens out.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
I don't hate it if I don't go first.
And are you happy with the change to Spellslinger?
Yeah, I think generally Spellslinger is a much more balanced avatar to use as kind of like the default for limited. I mean, I do enjoy having Sorcerer as default just for the nostalgia of it. You know, for a long time we did not have Spellslinger.
It's also incredibly fun to pan 2 cards.
Yeah.
Tap one thing, draw your second card, and
Yeah.
you're laughing, you know?
I feel like you're playing draft on steroids.
Yeah, exactly. But there's probably much more room for card design and for actual competing. I mean, in a world where Sorcerer is the default, you know, no one would ever play Harbinger.
Yeah.
Now, granted, maybe not a lot are playing him even when Spellslinger is the alternative. Well, I think that certainly drops to near.
Yeah. And outside of just the avatars, it also means you start disregarding cards that are like 6 mana, 7 mana.
Absolutely.
Right? You're like, well, that just doesn't go with my avatar ability. And we saw the fist bump from players.
And away we go.
We know each other very well. We have a soldier to get things started. You know,
A little custom art token.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, very nice.
Draws for turn. I'm going to start with a Spire. So that's the basic air side. We saw a bat in Wild's hand. So likely the turn to play. I think we're going to wait to see if we see fire. And we do. And interestingly, we're not taking the middle. That's interesting. Because on the play, you could assume that you are going to be the aggressor, at least for a little bit. And Peter opting to kind of go sideways.
Valley and bat.
Very
and he wants to posture.
Yeah. He's kind of... I think Wild's taking a risk where he's saying, look, you didn't take the middle. It's unlikely you have a Violent. Otherwise, you probably want to connect as soon as possible to get value out of it. No, this is not Peter from the US. Not this time for you, man. And so we're going to see the bat up front, potentially vulnerable to a Violent or a Kobold. Though if the bat gets to live a turn, then he'd be ready for action. And so maybe that's the gamble that Wout is kind of opting for, with maybe a trick ready to make use of the bat. Okay, we're not going to be punished.
We're moving the token. I was wondering why are we? Yeah,
moving the token up, and looks like
and that's
been played. Oh, I see. Troll on the surface. So we're exposing ourselves to a potential trick. Though, if you're thinking of something like overpower, it's not the end of the world. Oh, wow, very aggressive. So we're going to see the chains that gets to disable a unit. That card serves as like decent removal in a draft, where it's rare that your opponent is packing kind of like artifact cards.
Yeah,
it's
much more permanent than you'd expect.
Yeah, and it's not like permanent. There are ways around it, but if you're missing removal, it's a perfectly viable alternative. And we see like while being on the play is not shy and kind of taking command here. Not afraid to use somewhat premium removal on a 3-power unit. So we're not looking at something too scary, but I think he's willing to make use of what he has on board at this point and start swinging for 2. Oh, he took the soldier down, yeah. Trying to keep the board clean. We have a fourth sight on turn 4 if we're Peter.
And still only one inroad for Wout, only one connection.
Yeah. And interestingly, it's a sight on turn 4, which meant he had to at some point draw a sight for turn. But no play. And so that makes me think he's trying to power to a 5 power card. But that would need to be really good to offset the cards that he's losing whenever he draws a sight for turn. And the only card that, well, there's a few, but some of the cards that come to mind that would merit this kind of gamble or this mana investment early would be maybe a Poison Nova to kind of even things.
Poison Nova would be very good.
Yeah. I mean, if, you know, once you're on 5, then you kind of catch up. The balance that you're trying to strike is you don't want to be too behind when you're on 5 and ready to double draw. Which is not the case yet. It's just a little bat, a token, and a Land Surveyor. But, you know, it stacks up quickly.
And it obviously depends on the actual deck that you've drafted. Would you, by and large, do you think it's more popular to start double drawing come 5 or come 6?
I think fully depends on your deck.
Yeah.
Fully depends on the board as well. Like, do you need to enter something now? In which case, you probably want to double draw on 5 and kind of match whatever's happening on the board. At the same time, if you have 2 really good 3 power or 3 mana cards that you want to play in the same turn, then maybe you take the time to go to 6. You know, maybe like a good, let's say you have an Autumn Unicorn and a Grapple Shot. You might want to go to 6 and try to play both in the same turn. Yeah.
It's interesting. From what I can tell, Alpha Limited seems almost as focused on correct sorcerer play. Like, sorcerer has such a huge impact on the format, almost as much as the cards you're actually finding and drafting.
100%. If you ask the players to go Spellslinger, you're going to see way fewer boars and leopards and stuff like that, and you're going to see people move to like actually decent individual cards. And with Sorcerer, it's mostly
things with enough bulk that you're just not losing them in 2-for-1s constantly. Yeah.
Exactly.
This bat's making its way to the back line.
Yep. And we keep on the pressure.
And a big beater.
It's a 5. So Wild accepted and said, look, you want to go on sites, I'll follow you. Actually going to go to 5 before Peter. And the pressure keeps going. Peter's on 14. And now there's an Amazon Warrior to answer. So has Peter baited Wout into a big Poison Nova that's going to clean the board?
Insanely good.
Insanely good. Not the end of the world for Wout. Can start double tapping and kind of rebuild. But getting in the Amazon Warrior and all the little stuff would be massive for Peter. And given how he played his sites pretty defensively, right? Only opting into the immediate
mortality is good.
Yeah, that's a great answer to Amazon Warriors.
Puts him up 3 mana as well.
Yep, it's a very favorable traits, but still all the pesky units.
Yeah. Oh, it's back.
We're gonna take it back. We're showing a card now. Yeah, we need to see some very favorable traits.
Are we playing a site first, or are we peeking in another card
I wonder. Mortality is an air card, isn't it?
It is.
I wonder if we don't have the threshold.
I might. You could be right.
I think it might have been. I think it's a Valley under.
Valley.
And so I think we caught that. And if that was Peter's whole plans, like trade favorably.
That is.
Yeah. That's a big one. And hopefully that wasn't the whole strategy from the beginning from Peter. It's worth noting we're way past midnight, and so some players have traveled today, and so you can expect, you know, early morning travel all day, then play an alpha draft. You think you're in for 3 rounds, you happen to 3-0 your pod, and then they're like, you need to play 3 more rounds.
I mean, an air symbol is an earth symbol upside down.
Yeah,
let's be real,
exactly.
You know, for a moment here, you know.
Oh, is that just sight and pass? That is rough for Peter.
That is scary.
And now it makes me wonder if the whole not playing is not a Poison Nova trap. It's just he might be sitting on a bunch of air cards in hand, and he hasn't found his air side just yet. Yeah. We talked about, you know, the average card quality isn't great in Alpha Beta. Sometimes that pushes you to play 3 colors. it tends to usually be air, fire, and earth. But that always presents a risk, right? You can draw the wrong part of your spells, the wrong part of your atlas, and you get stuck in Peter's situation. It's gonna be a tough one. Wout is not gonna.
No, he's hemorrhaging life.
Let him breathe. 5 to 20. So far, it's a bit of a no match. You're gonna see the Menelang. Menelang. It's a deep cut reference for some of you. Let's see. We're not even positioning the Menelang in a way that like would benefit from their ability. I mean, maybe with a blink. We just want to go for the throw. And we might be looking at a quick round.
Yeah, I think Wout sees the opportunity here to just close the door. And I was thinking, let's do it before you can draw out of this. I mean, especially seeing the mortality.
Yeah.
You know that the opponent has an answer to your biggest threat. If only they had the time.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's a tower.
Okay, we found our air. We also found extra mana, and we're getting to like big mana. Is it enough to kind of bring it back? We're 7 mana.
7.
Could that be something as big as a Death Dealer? I feel like if that wasn't Death Dealer, we might have known.
That could be 3 mortalities.
Oh, major explosion! That's pretty big.
Very nice.
It also, unfortunately, is very painful because currently the way it's being cast is going to hit Peter's avatar for 3. And so Peter accepts it. He's like, that's the price I have to pay. Goes down to 2. That's not a great situation, but look, the board is a lot clearer.
It's certainly a lot better than being surrounded by all of those units.
The only thing
and they were going to at least hit him for 3.
Yes.
I mean, I can't, add numbers together, but it was at least 4.
You have to do it.
If not,
you have to do it. If you're Peter here, whether that was the plan all along, only he knows. Oh, and that's a great follow-up. If you're about here, the charge minion in the Hippogriffs, bringing Peter to door. Interestingly, we went to the corner
and didn't decide to keep his sorcerer in range.
Yeah. So, I mean, Wout is a good player. That must mean he already has an answer for Death's Door, and he's not particularly interested in having the minion closer to the sorcerer. If anything, he's closing maybe an escape route, where Peter could try and hide in the corner.
And now he will have to move to the right. And he doesn't have a sight on square 20. Yeah.
So I wonder if that's the angle here. He's worried of like a blink and a move to the corner. And he thinks he already has an answer if Peter stays in the middle of the board. So he's saying, look, middle of the board is covered with whatever I have in hand, whatever that is. The only blind spot I have right now is the corner, so
the value of this card is confirming you're on Death's Door, and that's it.
Yeah. And closing maybe the one angle I can't cover with what I have in hand. And if you're Peter and you see that,
it's very sad.
It's difficult.
It's so sad.
It's like, wow, he's so confident that he's not even positioning.
He can effectively nearly waste this attacker and say he just lives over there now. Yeah.
We see a lightning bolt.
Very good. Does take out the Hippogriffs.
Yep.
But again, Wout's play does imply that he has something else. So
another question for Peter. Having taken a defensive approach in the side placement, you probably don't want to go up to your wasteland. Yeah, you want to go down because at least none of Wout's sides are going to be adjacent here. But any turn you move a sorcerer is a turn where you don't double draw, and so it is always going to feel painful. We have a blocker, so not too shabby. Being in fire and air, I would be surprised. Okay, airborne unit and the grapple shot, and that's why we were covering all of our bases in sending the Hippogriffs to the corner. It's to cover as much as possible with the grapple shot. So incredible heads up play from Wout, who's going to take down this game. Yeah, in a blitz. And we see the fist bumps from the 2 players.
And that's it. We'll have Wout going on to the finals.
Yeah. Now
we'll do our best to find out who his opponent will be.
I can inquire. Let's see if the other table went
we'll see. We'll see who gets to join Wouts in the final table.
A very quick game there.
It looks like the table,
Yeah.
the other table also followed. So
We have one player, we just weren't live a moment ago. We had one player on death's door and another on 5.
Yeah.
So, brilliant.
exactly.
A game soon over. Soon it'll be to the pubs. And I think a lot of people will obviously be trying to get a lot of sleep tomorrow. Tonight for tomorrow.
Exactly.
But it's very, very hard to say no to winning 4 packs of alpha.
Yeah.
So,
especially when you see some of the cards that have been opened already, you're like, it could be me.
yeah, absolutely.
It could be in the remaining 4 packs.
Yeah, Joa did leave before the top 8, but in a lot of ways, he really did win.
Yeah. Well,
Which seems to be an incredible ability of his to continue to win.
Yeah.
Despite not
He'll
winning.
find a way to win somehow.
Yeah.
Great to capture it on camera as well. Like, obviously, not
amazing.
everyone opens an alpha foil. Eric
not
Scuriosa.
in fact, almost nobody does.
And it happened to be the one champion we followed.
Not right. Absolutely not.
And yeah, just what time is it now? We're looking at, so constructed will start in about 11 hours. For us, that's
no problem.
a bit of sleep.
That's no problem at all.
So stick around wherever you are in the world. It's 11 hours from now, roughly. It's a lot of constructed. I believe 7 rounds.
You've decided what you're playing? Sure, the deck lists are all submitted. Yeah.
Decided. So Felix and I are going to bring the same deck, roughly. And we're both on Archimago.
Amazing.
Yeah. And we were debating between 2 decks up until the last moment. To the extent we almost left it for the community to decide what we play.
Okay.
We were ready to make a video
Well,
and say, look,
nice.
we can't pick, you guys pick for us. And then we realized it was a lot of like, logistically that means we had to bring 2 decks, etc. And we're like, okay, no.
What a fun idea. The execution of which is just a nightmare.
Yeah, exactly. If we had done that and thought about it way earlier, we probably would have gone.
And I think there's always the element with that where you go, okay, this is the decision that's been made. Cool, I'll play that. And then like you're midway through round 1, you're like, God, I wish
why
I
did
wasn't
I do
playing
that?
this.
Yeah.
I wish I was playing the other one.
And Felix kept pushing the idea. He was like, what if we tell people to decide on like whatever card they want and we have to play it in our deck? Oh, like, Felix, no. This is too much. I'm not the class clown. I still want to win.
That's funny.
But yeah. Shocker, says Rogimago. Yeah, we can't beat the allegations. Felix and I have been playing our show.
And you're not worried about any social stigma or shame playing?
Oh, no. I mean, it was this or Necro. Like, look,
Yeah.
I took Necro to a tournament on Sunday to prep for the Crossroads. Like, if you had asked me on Sunday, I would have told you, yeah, bring Necro. And I was equally shamed as if I had picked Archimago. I'm like, well, I can't win with these guys.
It's almost as if actually the shame isn't real anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
It actually is just about playing the game.
Exactly.
Yeah. And to win, naturally.
So, and of course.
Every time.
Of course. Well, we try.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's going to be a long day. 7 rounds. Top 8 cut for the lucky ones that make it. And yeah, with more than 130 players.
Yeah, incredible. And a huge turnout.
Yeah. I believe you have 1 loss allowed, and that's about it.
Yeah,
so
that's tight.
Yeah, that's very tight.
And of course, some people who might have come from other games in Sorcery, it's all best of 1.
Yeah.
There's no intentional drawing. You don't get to midway through your event decide, I'm kind of done actually playing the event now. I'll just appear later for the top 8 and come in and take whatever's coming to me. No, you're playing.
Yeah.
And you're getting into the weeds every round. Yeah. Which takes a big toll.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah. I mean, if some people were like really here to make top 8, etc., and they get 2 losses early, you might see some people drop and just hang out and do other stuff. Like there's going to be some side events. I believe that there's a King of the Hill kind of like fun format.
Yeah.
So like the people dropping, that doesn't mean they're like, oh, back to the hotel and crying. It's just there's tons of other fun stuff to do.
There's other things that you have a whole new chance of doing well at and getting something out of, and exactly, another experience that you can
get involved in the event organization. So if you see me come to you during the cast tomorrow,
there's
that means
always space.
I did really badly. You might see me after the
coming,
3rd round.
Coming in a quick gloat and then sprinting back I go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the silver lining. It's like if I lose, I just come here and cast some games.
Yeah,
And I know I'm gonna have a good
I
time.
know for me, there's a little bit of my background. Like we've in my home in Ireland, we played like a bit of Gothic Sealed, Unlimited there. I've so very limited alpha beta knowledge. But then like constructed from looking at this online, and I think the card pool really is ultimately much smaller.
Yeah.
When you actually consider like what's competitively viable up at the high levels. Now we still have some interesting picks. We've already looked at the deck list for tomorrow, and we few interesting spice seal decks that we'll definitely have to look up some cards live and be like, what in the name of God is that? But that makes for great viewing. But I think it's nice seeing such a wide berth of strategies, and also being able to deal with a smaller pool once we get into the later rounds. I can put
You're gonna
kind
see
of
some
you can put
decks.
more energy thinking about the actual plays that are being made, and less about trying to track down what in the name of God card have I just seen.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so the same as last year, there's a spice prize. So for
Absolutely,
the people that think they brought a spicy deck, they can flag it as such, and then there's going to be a spice prize winner overall. And so you see some people bring some pretty funky decks.
Yeah, and you also, because it wasn't also just a yes no, I tick this box if your deck is spicy. I think it was a text box. So people have also written justification. Some people have incredibly interesting decks, and they've been like, no, whatever, it's just like I did a thing.
Right.
And then other people are like, yeah, you won't even believe. So yeah.
Let me tell you
Very
the story.
yeah, exactly. How are you, Peter? Good.
Do you want to come say hi?
I can say hi.
You can sit in. Come on in.
We have Peter, who we just saw on camera. Gonna leave my spot.
Oh, you can sit.
That's okay. I'm gonna see how the others are.
I just was wondering, what did you think of the matchup? It was difficult, I guess, or not?
Yeah, it looked like you had a rough start for a little while, right?
Yeah.
We were wondering if you had like a poison nova or something, and you were trying to kind of like bait him into it.
Yeah.
And then we saw the major explosion, which obviously was painful for you to cast, but still had to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like 4 or 5 to 1, I think.
Yeah.
I took 3 as well, but it was difficult. I didn't have the air threshold.
We saw the mortality, and then
I was like, but
we were like, oh, what a brilliant
yeah, but I corrected it myself. I was like, oh shit, I don't have air. So I said like, oh no, I have to take it back. I don't have air.
Yeah.
And he said like, hey, what is his name? I think. Yeah. I said, oh yeah, I didn't see it.
You're right.
You have to play fair game, you know.
Yeah.
Of course.
We didn't mention like we're obviously past midnight, etc.
Yeah.
Some of these are gonna.
Yeah, it's always fun, you know. But I thought I was out. So I was going home already, and then I think Richard or the other one. No, I said like, "Hey, no, you stay. We're going to do a raffle with a ticket." So I said, "Okay," but then because I lost against Hisham, he's now also in semi-final. I don't know who won, and then they did the top 8. I was like, he said, "8th place." I said, hey, "How come?" I was.
You were 2-1, so
yeah,
2-2.
Yeah, so you were one of the few that went up.
Yeah.
Finals.
All right.
Wonderful.
Against Adrian.
Okay.
Wild versus Adrian, mighty.
Yeah.
So we have
against Adrian, okay. So not a
final
completely
announced.
Belgian final.
Yeah.
Not a Belgian final.
Adrian's German, right?
Yeah. German Belgian final.
Yeah.
I got a rematch against Hitcham. I lost again against him in the first
You can
round.
beat him now.
Yeah, hopefully.
It's 1 alpha boost more. So.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you get to play the third place.
Yeah.
Let's see how quickly they are. I mean, if the game goes as fast as the semi, I might be able to cast the final.
Would you find out who's on what side for me? Never mind. Thank you.
But anything you think I could have done differently?
It's tough. Having to do the explosion, like it's getting a 4-for-1 is great, but obviously value can't win you a game. No, I think it was quite difficult.
Yeah, I was wondering like
Maybe if you had more aggressively drawn sights to try to hit air.
Yeah, should have played maybe, Geoffrey, I played like on the back line, and then he came up and I played in front of my avatar this side. Should have stayed on my back line, maybe to save another turn.
You could, but because he's on fire, it's always scary, right? Because then he can start hitting you with like charge
Probably
minions,
kobolds
kobolds, violence. I don't think.
You have to play again,
So white sleeve is wout that you have, right? And then the sign sorcerer
En dan ook
is
vriendelijk geweest op het
Adrian.
einde ook.
Oh nee.
Hij heeft wat aan. En
Signatures
hij speelt in second terrain. En ik dat ik niet kan blokken.
Ja.
Hij valt mijn avatar aan. Ik heb een vampier.
Amazing. Super. So here we go, folks. We're about to start off the final then. Wout and Adrian, a German-Belgian final, we've heard. And it's true as well. It's not just that we heard it. It's actually factually correct.
Oh, Adrian with
Box
the
cards.
12. And unsurprisingly, it's a Sorcerer Mirror.
Incredible. The last one of the day, actually.
It should be, hopefully.
Yeah.
I think they might play a third place game, but that's not going to be on camera.
No, no, no.
We're focusing on the top table.
I believe each game at this point is effectively for one alpha booster.
Right.
As we have 4 and 3 for first and second place, and we have 2 and 1 for third and fourth.
Perfect. Yeah, you only need just the right alpha booster, so that last one could be all the difference. We see the handshake again.
Huge handshake.
Some of these players have known each other for a long time now.
There's a smoothness to the handshakes. Incredible.
It's been practiced.
Yeah.
You can feel it. And these players are definitely regulars of European events. I can't recall an event where I didn't see either of them. And so, unsurprisingly, we see them in the final. Yeah. Valley Star, and I believe a village. So we're seeing Earth on both fronts.
And
We're seeing Fire.
Adrian.
What a surprise. Scent Hounds.
Scent Hounds.
Again, I don't know if Adrian knows Wout's deck. Maybe he doesn't expect Fire. I would be afraid of a Violin. Maybe I'm too paranoid. Okay, we see Air so far.
How often is Scent Hounds better than a 2 mana 2 power in this format?
I mean, it's rare that it matters.
Yeah.
But it's still slight upside, I guess.
We'll take as much text printed on the card as we can.
Exactly.
But
if I had to pick between the two that you see here, I'd go for the Metal
for sure. And that's not just so you can say their name.
Metal I try to make that card work and construct it. It just doesn't work. That's a great question. I mean, from the ones we've seen on camera, the questions from Gimago, wondering how many Earthfire decks made it to top 8. I haven't seen any water. I don't know if you've cast any water.
We saw water when we were following
in the routes when you were following Joe.
No.
Yeah. And I'm not surprised by that. I think it's clearly a step below.
Mm-hmm.
I would expect a majority of a combination of Earth, Fire, and Air.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes some people will play 3. That can be dangerous. We just saw it with Peter.
Yeah.
Usually people will try to stick to a pair within these 3 elements, and then maybe a tiny splash of the third one. Air is usually a great one for the splash because the towers kind of incite you not to play more than one anyway.
Interesting.
So if you have to pick, Air is usually the pick for the splash.
Very interesting.
Whereas you never have enough deserts and villages.
For sure.
Sites are excellent.
And we talked about how hard come by playables actually are in the format. If you are taking these sites so highly, what does that do to your actual playable count? Can that stretch that very thin then?
Yeah, it totally can, and that's why you're gonna see some subpar units sometimes. But it's all about the card advantage that Sorcerer brings, and so being able to play those 2 power 1 mana minions, as long as you get to 24 in your deck, sometimes you push it to 25 if you really expect a grind fest. Is good enough. Whereas a good desert can completely change the game. If you get to pick your opponents, we saw a couple of Sacred Scarabs in earlier games. If your desert gets one of their cards for free, that's one way to get ahead, right? And a pretty slow start on both fronts. There's a bunch of soldiers. We've only seen Earthfire on Adrian's side, only seen Air Earth on Wout's side, and we see the first big minion. We see the Vanguard Knights, whereas on the other side there is the Longbowmen, I believe.
Yes, and they're not covered by those Longbowmen. If they push up next turn, they'll have 4.
Yeah, there's slight risk seeing Air on Wout's side, as you expect a movement effect to make use of the ranged Longbowmen, and so that could be quite the painful sight if you're Adrian. If somehow, a blink would bring the Longbowmen in front and start shooting. That's a rough one. Let's see if this is in the cards.
Surveyor.
Yeah, gonna start with a Surveyor. That does not exclude a blink yet. I'm gonna tap.
Site 4, back to 2 mana.
Go back to Valley, and we see the
Here
blink.
it is.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. I think I would have maybe stayed on my side of the board. We see aggressive positioning from Vault, but we are taking unit for free. That always feels good. Being Adrian here, I think this is something that you've hopefully considered, seeing a ranged unit and air from your opponent. Maybe Adrian has a way to kind of get the card advantage back by having, you know, a favorable trade into it. We see a desert.
If he went horizontally rather than towards Adrian there, he's still protected by the Surveyor.
Yeah, the desert is going to take care of that, cleaning up the board a little bit. And then Foot Soldier is going to attack instead of being meat for the Longbowman. And
very good.
that's really, really good.
We saw these do huge work in Adrian's last game.
Yeah, and this is one of the cards that can be really hard if you don't have the answer to it. It can completely like lock down a game. Joa last year made excellent use of it in his Battle Mage deck because he was disabling the minions and Battle Mage was eating them for free.
Excellent.
And interesting that, I mean, Adrian has to play the deserts there because he wants to get rid of the 2 minions, but it leaves one site that's outside of the Gorgon's range a little bit exposed.
That's a very good point.
So it's kind of the price you have to pay to make use of the desert's ability. It's still a very good position if you're Adrian here, assuming Wild doesn't have the answer.
And to capitalize on that now, Wild will also need to play his 5th site there.
Correct, yeah. To be able to
So
open
it's
up
not
the attack.
trivial.
Yeah.
You'll have to actually open up that line.
And if Wild had shown any fire, you could be worried of a Firebolts there. Taking the Gorgons for free, freeing up the Longbowman, that would be devastating. But you have not seen it yet. And if you're assuming this is a 2-color deck only, then you'd be looking at something like a Bury maybe to get rid of the Gorgons, which is obviously premium removal.
How you keep mentioning how it's very common that you'd actually end up playing the 3 non-water elements in this limited format. How deep into a game do you go before you start coming to the conclusion, I'm not going to see the 3rd element here?
Yeah, I think if you're Adrian here and you see a 5th site that's still not fire, you can assume it's probably just a 2-color deck, I would say. It depends, right? If you're looking at the previous game where Peter had turn where he would just play a site, play nothing, that even if you still haven't seen the 3rd color, that makes me think there is one and he's stuck. But Wild has been able to play very like respectable cards the whole time, and so you can safely, or I would assume, that it's just a 2-color deck at this point.
The Amazons here being played to cover that unit, not being played to the exposed site that we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I think we accept maybe that we don't have the answers to the Gorgon just yet, and so we can't let the Foot Soldier wreak havoc. It's also worth noting that, you know, at some point the Gorgon can just move and then it locks down the desert, so always painful. Yeah, it's one of those cards, if it doesn't get entered, can completely warp a game.
If your answer to minions is hitting them with a bigger minion, not going to work here.
Doesn't do it with the Gorgons. Oh, that's interesting. We're going to try to see. We're going to send an attack into the Gorgon's kind of like area of effect, but because the soldier is attacking, it's not a rest. And so we're kind of trying to bait a block with the warriors.
We're saying you can eat my guy, and now yours is stone.
Yeah. And Longbowman of our own, I believe, or maybe the Pike's guard.
I think that might be
the Pikesman. Yeah. Which again is on the one side that the Gorgon doesn't cover. And
now we see the flip has happened where because Wout played his 5th side there, now the Pike men actually have a good inroads.
Exactly.
To do damage.
Okay. Gonna see a flanking, and that's maybe why we were okay leaving the actual only angle open is to bait Adrian into playing there himself.
Terrific.
Yeah, terrific play from Wild. Saying, "Oh, I'm I'm putting up a blocker against a Foot Soldier," but no, we had the follow-up trick. And that's one way to get some card advantage back.
and not even something that Adrian could easily see coming. The fact that White didn't take, say, the easy kill on his unit and let the guys get disabled, doesn't really tell him anything. He just goes, no, okay, he's not taking the deal, and then get played.
Yeah, you can't think of all the cards all the time and play around all of them, because you end up shooting yourself in the foot if you respect everything, right? I do that way too often, so I can tell you. And we're gonna see the Gorgons reposition, say, hey, the Amazon Warrior's got enough value, let's try to lock that down a little bit. Foot Soldier goes back on the attack. I think last turn
another longbowman now.
And another longbowman, so. Okay, the Gorgon's holding one side, the longbowman hoping to handle the other side. Let's see if there's any other movement tricks.
And a boar.
And a boar. Yeah, we've seen the blink kind of do its thing. We've seen a flanking maneuver do its thing. So a lot of like tricky movements from Wout's deck, whereas Adrian is just relying on the sheer power of the Gorgon. And pretty evenly matched at the stage. Let's see.
Double drop.
Yeah, we are at that stage of the game.
Oh, very nice.
Hippogriffs. And an overpower.
That's terrific.
And we found the answer to the Gorgons. Amazing play from Wout. I wonder if he wanted the Gorgons to kind of be in that side as well. And so kind of like giving the Amazon, okay, hey, you can unlock my Amazon if you go up. Yeah. And then unlock the diagonal. Could have done that from the other side of the board as well. But now he's kind of forced Adrian to play all of his units outside of the Gorgon's range, meaning that they're far away from the action. Whereas if the Gorgons were still in the middle, and you know, the Hippogriffs would have taken out the Gorgons all the same, but then Adrian's other units would be ready to kind of move into the middle. Whereas here, there's a clear split of the map.
We're in a position here now where it looks as if Adrian has 10 damage coming into him next turn. He has a longbowman which can't cover anything, and 2 other units as well, which are sitting wondering where can they at least get some damage in.
And without air on Adrian's side at this stage, I mean, he's probably Earthfire, and that's it. You almost kind of have to accept the race and send your units where they can, and not try and catch up the other side of the board. Especially with a lot of airborne units, it's tricky to kind of nail them down. And hopefully you turn to magic as an answer to kind of the left side of the board if you're Adrian. So really some swingy turns on both sides. A lot of movement tricks from Wout. A lot of really just good units from Adrian. Gorgon did a lot of work.
The efficient plan of having movement tricks and a bigger dude.
Yeah.
Really working an absolute treat for Wout.
That and the ranged, which they both seem to be pretty into.
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna turn to magic. We're gonna go minor explosion to get rid of the hippogriffs, and we accept the race because I mean, quite frankly, I don't think there's any other alternatives.
You'd only be chasing around.
Yeah, 12 to 13 with Wout kind of moving first, because the minor explosion is gonna be the only play for the turn if we're Adrian. So we're looking at 7 damage on board. Can Wout unlock another 6 this turn? 6 seems like a lot.
Like a lot. It does indeed. Especially when he has access to only 5 mana.
Correct. And on the other side of the board, if we're Adrian, the clock is a little bit different. We're also dealing, we're dealing 6 per turn, which happens to be 2 turns. So like clockwise, they're both looking at 2 turns each, which is interesting, but Wout moves first. And so we could be in a situation where players accept the race, both get on the death's door, like, you know, one after the other, and it's a matter of like, hey, do you have it? Do you actually have the finishing spell? Or can I get you even though I was on death's door first? And we're going to go to 6.
And aside from Wout to the side that Adrian doesn't have his minions on.
Yeah.
Maybe creating a bit of space for himself to move into later.
We're also not sending the Amazon too close to the avatars, maybe respecting, again, a Poison Nova, an Earthquake. which could be an issue if we are needing to deal the death blow later in the game. Ooh, that's
good.
very interesting. So we're deciding to match the side of the board. Thinking, look, I'm the one ahead in the race, and on board, the bat and the Amazon is enough to door your next turn.
Yeah.
So now,
if I can just tie up your units.
Exactly. I'm willing to match you on the rest. Let you deal with that.
Buying time is great when you don't have it.
Yeah. So one of the units from Adrian there has range, so he's willingly throwing a card in order to not take 3 damage there.
And again, that's an ability that Sorcerer has.
Yeah.
Regardless of if they're even in a Sorcerer mirror.
Yep.
Where if you see a problem, you can just throw a card at it. You're able to.
Yeah. It might die, but you won't take the damage. And I think Wild's saying the only thing I need is not be too surprised, not go to the door before you. I'm happy with my clock. I'm just trying to slow down yours. Very interesting. We're going to see if anything else happens. Okay. Tap. That's a sight. Okay. Gargoyle. Okay. Happens to be an airborne unit, which is great news for the back.
Absolutely.
We're going to go and shoot the free unit.
Overpower.
And we're going to overpower back. Yeah, so really we got just some clean trades. And Wild ended up losing some cards in order to not fall too low on life. I wonder if that Gargoyle is going to be tricky to deal with. I can't remember the exact test on Gargoyle. I can't remember when it animates and when it kind of returns to its normal state. Hopefully that is a blocker for the bat, if I recall correctly. It's Monastery, Gargoyle. Okay, Monastery.
Oh, it doesn't. You need to have this.
Oh, well, let's not overthink it. There's a bury for the Gargoyle anyway. Yeah, at the start and end of your turn you choose. Okay, yeah. So obviously assuming that went to be a 3-power airborne minion, I mean, regardless what, has the bury ready and is able to unlock the 7 damage needed to put that to door. And now we're willing to kind of let the Amazon progress. Yeah, so we've got to assume airborne was the choice, obviously, to present a blocker. And so Wild was like, no. Nope. Bury. Dice to do blade, dice to bury. Now, do we have the backup? No access to fire if we're Wild yet, which reduces the possibility when it comes to Death's Door, but air is still a premium color. And we still need to insert the bat.
I think we've seen almost as many games into grapple shot.
Yeah. Grapple's a big one
so far.
So is lightning bolt. Especially with an airborne unit. If you can't kill the airborne unit, you can't really intercept it either. It just goes on top of you, casts a grapple shot, and it's GG. Adrian is going to be obviously thinking about all of these lines, hoping to find the blind spot in Wild's game plan. But is there one? Seen some very heads-up play, so clearly seems to be a man with a plan.
Another longbowman.
Yep. So door, we're still in Wild's turn. Well, we did door. He has to think about, okay, how do I deal the death blow in hopefully next turn or a couple turns? And if I don't have it just yet, how do I defend against my opponent's units? And I think based on the plays he opts into is going to be a great tell on whether he thinks he has it already or if he needs to position it a bit more. Yeah, like look, this is again, he's willingly throwing a unit in order to not take 3 damage.
Which is ultimately a turn, and that's 2 more cards.
Exactly. So really trying to slow down the clock. It could mean that he has it in hand, and so he doesn't really need the long bowman. It could be that he doesn't have it yet, and he just wants to like preserve his life total. Again, we're gonna take the free ranged strike. If we're Adrian here, we're gonna keep pushing. Sorcerer is gonna move, and we're gonna do entangle terrain. So the units are immobile here. They're not gonna be able to move away. But I believe a grapple shot still does it, because that's forced movement. I believe a lightning bolt does it, because now Adrian is alone on this site. And so those are the two kind of like cards you'd expect to see in a deck like Wilds.
And we get two looks for them.
Yep. A blink would also do it. It would free up the bat from the entangled terrain. Let's see. I feel like if he had it, we would have seen it already.
Oh.
Maybe I'm wrong. No,
And
I
it's a
am
grapple
wrong.
hook.
It is a grapple shot.
There we go.
Yeah. And that's it for today. That was the final game. Just one with a final grapple shot from Wild.
Amazing stuff.
Great game.
Yeah.
Amazing movement. The basics done to perfection.
The Gorgon is not an easy one to kind of fight
but he
through.
maneuvered around it.
Danced around it.
And he forced Adrian into what he didn't know at the time, but what were incredibly uncomfortable positions to be in.
Absolutely. That play with the Amazon warrior being sent to defend the foot soldier, and we're like, oh, that's really weird.
Okay, sure.
And then the flanking to the unit for free and
Unreal.
unlock something beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
That's it for today. We have we might try to see if Wout would like to come in.
Yeah, absolutely.
Grab him for a quick
to,
minute.
yeah?
No, I'll go ahead and get him.
Okay. We're gonna try to see if we can get some of the players on. I've been playing a lot of Sorcery already today, so I'll probably say a quick word and get ready for tomorrow. Some players come with the objective to do well more in limited, some people more in constructed, some people just want to win it all. And so we'll see how much sleep they want to prioritize. Yeah, that was a great display of what makes limited truly unique, right? Because you have to work through pretty basic cards, but that doesn't mean that the gameplay needs to be basic. How did I do in draft? I was drafting Gothic, and I did 2-1 up in Savior pack 1, so that was an easy choice. And I lost in the final of the pod, so the 2-2-0s, defining it up. Lost to time. That was a heartbreak. I was on this door, my opponent was on 1, and we played the whole 3 turns, etc., and had to call it. Pretty happy with the deck. Pretty basic, but just your standard Savior stuff. And that was a good time. I hear some applause. Hopefully we're going to get some of the finalists in there. Alpha is always a fun experience. You know, people like just the opening. Like, you get a lot of people very happy. For some people, it's their first time touching Alpha cards because they're not easy to kind of come by these days. Not everyone was around for Kickstarter. I know I wasn't. And so always a fun experience. It's the little things, right? But like you look at your pack and you're like, oh my god, there's a violin. It's an ordinary. I really want a Frazetta violin. And so you get to enjoy some of the cards. Yeah, even some of the ordinaries. It's really cool.
And Richard come in.
Perfect. All right, you're gonna hear directly from Wout along with Richard.
We'll leave
Controls
it
of
to
the realm.
boys.
I'm gonna have a quick chat, see how Wout felt about it all. Great deck, but again, like, you know, nothing. We didn't see any like crazy cards, any unique or elite.
We
It's
saw
just
incredible
all
play.
incredible play. Is very efficient, and I'm gonna leave my spot to the man.
Thanks. Robert, have a sit.
I'll hop in with you.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
So,
Come on
scooch
over this
over.
way. We're all good. There's
Can I
plenty of
get in?
room.
Yeah, I'll get in.
Now,
So, finally, we have a winner.
Thank you.
After a long
time.
a
long
day.
evening.
Absolutely. We're at what here locally? We're at 10 to 1 in the morning.
10-1. Yeah, we ran a bit late because the start was a bit hectic, but
I still
in
have
the
to
end-
change my deck for tomorrow.
Oh yeah, so no sleep. So we'll make it quick. So, how did you like it? How did you go?
It was a nice draft. I had lots of fun. I had like almost only ordinaries in the deck, and like
Cool.
three exceptionals, no elites, no uniques. You don't need them. You only need them for cash.
Yeah, true. So, you saw him play the
You know,
final?
one thing we noted, exactly the same remark that you made when you were playing the final. You were facing down the Gorgons, you were outmaneuvering your opponent all over the board, and just really incredible, good movement, great decision making.
Yeah,
Unreal.
I thought I was not gonna win when the Gorgons came down, but luckily he had no really powerful follow-ups, and then he let me attack with Amazon Warriors and the Palibury Bats, and then he was attacking on the other side. So I think that but that was the only thing he could do. I think so. Go for the win.
Yeah,
and I just managed to get out of it. He thought the Gorgons was enough on the right side to keep me at bay.
And how did you deal with the Gorgons then?
I played hyperglyphs, the 3-power
Oh, yeah,
airborne with a charge, and then you can go diagonally and you're not at rest, so you can attack him. And then I had the overpower with it, so I could even kill it without dying. So I had an extra beast, an extra minion in the spot. So yeah.
Being able to use overpower, I think, in those positions where you're not just trading
and then he
committing to a 2-for-1, huge.
And then he has to commit almost all of his turn with this minor explosion to kill my hyperglyphs, and I hit for 7 because his Gorgons died, and I hit for 7. So he thought he was going to take no damage, and then he gets 7 damage. That he did not expect, and then I think the whole game changed in my advantage.
As soon as the Gorgons were cleared, you had a really, really interesting few turns where you kind of set it up very clearly that you were going to beat him down as fast as you could.
Yeah.
And you were even throwing cards, which you're able to do because you're sorcerer. You were throwing cards in the way of his archers.
Yeah.
Gumming up one side
I
of the
was
board
thinking really
while
hard
just
about it,
taking as much damage for yourself as you
I
can.
didn't want to go to 5. That's why I could also have played the Bury on his archers. But then I was thinking, if I had the Palibury Bats on him, if he plays 1 blocker, that's enough. Then I bury his blocker, I kill him with the bats. So that's why I put the archer on his archer just to die and to keep him busy. That I had the bury in hand to have an extra win condition in the turn after.
Okay. Well, you tied up his stuff. You used kind of basic movement cards, but you used them perfectly, amazingly.
Thank you.
Well done.
Yeah. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So we have a couple of prizes for you.
Thank
you. For the winner, we have 4 alpha boosters.
Oh, thank you.
So that's a nice prize.
Yeah, that's nice.
But the real prize.
Yeah, I know. I like those.
So you have 1 already.
2. I have
2 already. Oh man.
I think 1 or 2. I don't know.
Yeah. So you won the cornerstone last year.
Yeah.
Here
and what the picture with you? I think there are 2 of those on there.
I
don't remember anymore.
Probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. Overall winner and.
I don't know, not overall winner. I don't know anymore.
We'll have a look. But here's one. This is an alpha one.
Yeah.
Signed alpha crown of the victor. So it's a tradition that we do. We get all the players sign the crown of the victor, and then that's the real prize. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. It's a nice reminder of the tournament. I put it in the collection.
So now go off and then
get some
tomorrow.
Change your deck for tomorrow and then another day.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And then Robert and me will finish the stream.
For sure.
Yeah,
Perfect.
Okay. Perfect.
Oh, that's right.
See you tomorrow.
Yeah. See you tomorrow.
Ja, kom.
Is van mij, hè?
Ja.
Mag ik zo nog een foto van je?
Ja. So, guys.
What an exciting evening.
Yeah.
Huh? Amazing.
It was fun, eh?
Great bit of buzz. Even people who weren't playing, we have a bar behind us packed with people. There were like, what, 1, 2, 3 different levels?
Yeah.
Jam full of players.
Yeah, lots of players. Amazing. Yeah, we had like, what I said, 8? Yeah, we had 8 draft pots for the Gothic draft.
Amazing.
And 6 for the Alpha draft. So 14 draft pots and
great.
Kicking off all at the same time. And then the stream went down at the same time.
Sure, look.
So it was a fun moment. But in the end, we managed, and I think everything ran smoothly.
We opened, a foil Eric's Curiosa?
A foil. So it started with a on camera. And then somebody else opened non-foil Curiosa, and then Joa, the lucky guy, actually got one on
jumping out of his seat, dancing. And dead right. We all would be.
Amazing card, amazing card. Yeah, that's crazy.
We had great fun following his games, and he even did a little interviewing with us. He's having a wonderful weekend.
He is having, like I said, he was overall winner. He's a nice guy.
Yeah, he's terrific.
He's fun to play with. So, how did you like it? The first day of streaming.
I'm having a great time. I'm having an absolutely wonderful time. It's great to kind of meet the European community. It's obviously with no events in Ireland anywhere near this scale at all. But it's wonderful. Alpha and beta, such a kind of a throwback. Really looking forward to seeing things now in constructed and kind of things that maybe are more familiar to us.
Yeah, tomorrow we'll do the live stream of the first of the Swiss rounds, and then we have another live stream for the top 8 because we run the whole tournament tomorrow. So I think finals will be late. We start about 11:15.
Amazing.
Yeah, and probably we embellish the live stream as well. We'll do some artist interviews. We have Pedro Ferrara here this weekend. Elvira and Caio Calazans. Yeah, amazing. They brought so many amazing cards.
I need to slip away and get in there myself.
Yeah, you should. You should.
Super.
We'll make sure to get some time for that. And I think that will be a very fun... and of course, I see it in the chat. There was a Depro Manor Curio at the Gothic Draft as well. That was crazy.
Nothing makes you want a bottle of wine.
Yeah. So I think we're signing off.
I think that's it from us tonight.
I hope the stream enjoyed it.
But tomorrow we'll be back at it again.
Sure.
Bright and early, and definitely going
sweet.
Not so bright and not so early. Dead late.
Have a couple of hours of sleep and then we'll do.
Exactly. Folks.
Okay.
We'll catch you on the flip side. Thank you so much.
Yeah, cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.